Okay. I always enjoy it. You hit start, and it's like, oh, you're going live, and it says going live. I'm like, am I actually live? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. I just looked at my thumbnail that I took for this, and it is amusing to me. It's because the box is gigantic. The box is huge. It's huge, which I cut it open before I started. It's got the characters on it. These are all the awesome characters we're gonna add. Which the glare is killing me. Oh, this is a great start. But it's a huge, huge set, which I've opened up. It's 3,402 pieces. How long does this take? I don't know. But since the other gifts I got for Christmas was a 2,000 piece puzzle, and I'm not, there's a jigsaw puzzle, and it looks like a nightmare. I'll eventually do it on stream, but that'll be a two-parter. Unless it just magically goes really well. I doubt it, but maybe. I mean, I guess if I divide, no, we're not going to talk about that. We're doing this one. Of all the One Piece Lego sets, this is the only one I enjoyed enough to want to put on my wish list. So we'll see how this turns out. We'll see. Did I open it on the side with the instructions? No, I opened it on the side with the box inside the box. So usually there's a box inside the box to divide it up. Oh, I think I did do that right. It's going to be a little noisy right now. I'm going to put the bags in order. Involves counting. It's exciting stuff. I know you're thrilled. I've already seen a problem with this. The bag. They're gonna fall off the thing because there's so many of them. Do I have them in order? Sure. Okay. Oodles of fun. Oodles. I have little push tabs. I'm like, just push your finger in it. It'll magically work. Will it now? You don't say. Which I just realized I did not get the other tool up. So when you're doing any set, any Lego set, if it's a big one, it'll come with the Lego tool. It'll be in the first one you do. But you also need killing everything. What did we drop? Oh no. I dropped my mouse. Good times, good times. Well, as always, best laid plans. Best laid plans. Fine. Okay. There's one. All that work. All that effort. Okay. So in this, they also comes with 5 wanted things. So this is the instructions. It's like, how do you open it? Maybe it's the arrows. Does the arrows help you? Maybe. You don't say. Oh, good news. It's, no, it's just 3 instructions. Oh, gosh. The instructions are broken up into, oh, geez. And I bumped the camera. That's a skill. Well, then the wanted thing should be in this one then too, right? No? Are they inside of this somewhere? Oh, no, that's stickers. Stickers are important. Let's not lose those. Put them right here. But I'm confused. Are they not in there? Oh, I guess maybe they're in the, in with the characters now? I don't know. We'll find out. So, we've got 3 books of instructions, because that's always a good sign. How long did that take? This is our book thingy. Uh-oh. Killing it, I tell you. Killing it. Okay. So we're gonna, where did I put? I was like, how did we already lose it? You know what? The key thing to remember this, as always, is that you need to make sure that you have all the pieces out of your bag, because it'll cause you major problems later on if you don't have the piece out of the bag before you move on. Okay, and that's what we're going to do. So book 1, step 1. As always, they put all this wonderful stuff at the beginning. Do I read it? I absolutely do not read it. I absolutely do not read it. Okay. First character is the best character. It's Mihawk. Ooh, does that mean we're going to get to make his boat too? We're going to do the boat? Oh, where's the thing that goes in the back? Oh, this. And then his head. Oh, for Pete's sakes. Skills. And you know what I need to get? Okay. So that's our little Mihawk, which the glare of the camera is going to kill me. There's a little Mihawk guy. Let's see, let's see what that says. Okay. And then his gigantic sword, which has a little clicky button, so you can click on his back, but because he's wearing a hat, it's got to go sideways. It's got to go like that. There you go. Yeah, you can see it. Because it can't go, because that's the way. Oh, and he gets a little knife, too. As always, usually you get extras of the knives, wands, whatever it may be, guns. You generally end up with extras, purely because it's a small piece. They have tendency to disappear. 40 minutes from now, I'm going to get the knife in there. Get in the slot. Well, that worked well. As always, I never blame the Legos. I blame myself. But before we continue, oh, look, I put the head on backwards. What's that? That's our Mihawk with the shadow killing everything. Set them right there. I'm going to grab something to put the extra pieces in, and our second tool. We're just going to use this. There will always be extra pieces. Usually the small ones, not the big ones. So if you end up missing a big one, then you need to go back and figure it out. I generally do go back and check either way, because I don't eat so much crap. I'm always worried I mess something up. I think the last Lego set I built on stream, I missed 2 Legos in step 1, because that's the kind of skills I got. But, you know, it happens. We have those skills. On that, and the great thing about it was at the very bottom of the, well, that's not right, because it should be, no, that's good. It was the very bottom of the set, so I was able to just flip it over and put it on there and not have to take anything apart, which worked well. Is it inside or outside? inside. So I assume this should be Mihawk's awesome ship. Mihawk has the presence. He generally doesn't care what anyone thinks. He's got the power to back it up. He cannot be bothered. He does not care. It makes him very cool, and we enjoy him. Where's the other one? Yeah, I cannot even hazard a guess as to how long this set will take to put together, because it's so big and it's been so long. Since I've done one of these for the first time, you can't really gauge it by the sets I've put together before. How can I not find this piece already? This is what we're doing. There we go. Because when you're redoing a set you've already done before, it's different than, is it not clicked in? There we go. Doing it for the first time, especially because these are obviously separated by the different bags, so you've got that going for you. But hopefully it'll be fun. I obviously enjoyed One Piece when it came out many years ago, and now we've got season 2 coming. I haven't been watching a lot of the like, I think I saw the initial trailer, but I think there's a newer one and I haven't seen it. Because, okay, which way is that? This way. I don't know. Like, I'm just worried because now you're introducing Chopper. I don't remember what, is he a reindeer? I don't remember. But he's, not a human. So he's 100% CGI, which we have the technology. If done correctly, great. That, and it shouldn't be that bad. A lot of the problems you have nowadays with CGI shots looking stupid is because they keep changing their minds. So they'll shoot it and then they'll have people watch it and give their opinions, and then they'll go back and change it, or studio heads, whoever will go in and say, like, we don't like this plot, and they'll rewrite it, or they'll change it, or they think because we have CGI, we can just change anything we don't like, so we don't really have a firm storyboard when we shoot it. And then you have to, if you change the idea of what the shot needs to be, that means you have to change the CGI. So the one you see on the screen could be the third version of that shot. So that's the third time they've had to do CGI. It takes a while to do. Versus usually back in the day, what you would do is you had a storyboard, you had it set up. They were already working on that scene, setting it up, I would assume, before you even started filming it. Because they have the storyboard, they know what the character's supposed to do, and they're making it to do that. I guess it just depends on what it is. But for you to change your mind and change what it is, and then have to go back and redo it all, it's taking time and money. And it's just not going to look as good as if you had all the time on that first shot. But, they just keep throwing money at it. Whereas One Piece, usually they have, they work on the scripts beforehand, because they're also, they do the fight scenes, a lot of times they'll do them practical and things like that, so they need to do it ahead of time to make sure that the actors have time to practice the fighting and stuff and get ready to go. In the middle? Like that? Okay. Eep, eep. 10% rule. But I don't know. I mean, of the little bit I've seen of Chopper, I'm like, okay. That, I admit that I didn't really think they were going to do a good job in the first season. Like, I didn't really hold out much hope that they would be able to faithfully adapt that in a good way, and they did. And I know that the actors that they have are good, so it's all a matter of if they can pull it off. Which, obviously, the problem they'll have, for anybody that knows One Piece, is that it gets more complicated as the show goes on. So, will they be able to have the more complicated characters in there, the more fantastical ones? you know, obviously they're changing some of the characters a little bit, but I choose to believe that the creator of One Piece, because he has input in how things are done, that he'll be able to make sure that it stays true to the show. And as long as he doesn't let that, like this, okay, and then does it go like that? I'm pretty sure that's going to be the case. Okay. As long as he maintains that creative control, I think it should be relatively fine. But yet again, I am just trying not to really listen to anybody about it, so that way I can give my own opinion on it when it comes out. Because I admit sometimes I can get contaminated by other people's feelings about it. They can sway my opinion one way or the other. But that's how that works. Which things I've watched lately, Stranger Things, I mean, ugh. I don't. This Stranger Things suffer from the very thing that a lot of shows have, is they get super popular. Their creators get hyped up as being the best thing ever, but they really didn't have a plan. They should have, especially when they knew how many seasons they were going to go, because I feel like they knew they were going to do 5 for a while. You should have sat down and had a clear storyboard, but because apparently what they like to do is just have the there we go. Have the actors contribute to what their characters would do in scenes and whatnot. Like, you should know what the characters will do in the scene, because this is backwards. You wrote them. You made them. They're your characters. If the actors are required to make up what the characters are doing, that means that it's the actor's creation, not yours, which means you didn't make them. So every good character that we like and every character decision that we like, that means you didn't even do it at all. It's not yours. Oh, was I supposed to click this one on the other side too? There we go. It's a fancy ship. I'll give it that. That's just bad writing, especially because how do you? Oh, it's just really bad. It's just like watching the show from part 1 at Thanksgiving. You were like, hey, we're really we got a lot of plot to get through. You're gonna have to resolve a bunch of stuff. You backtracked. Like, we were at the end of season 4. It was a big deal. Shit was about to hit the fan, and then we in season 5 at the beginning, you backtracked it back to before. Not before, but like all of a sudden the military has moved in. Apparently nobody's bothered to communicate with or team up with the military. We're just saying they're bad. We don't have any idea why they're doing what they're doing, or what the hell they are actually doing, honestly. We never did find out, because that was apparently not a thing we were doing. How does this work? And then we just put the, yeah. Okay, you have 2 of these. Okay. It goes this way. We don't have any idea what the hell is going on. Why the military is doing what they're doing, why they're in the upside down doing the... I realize they want to make a super soldier. Like, what is the purpose? What is their end goal? They think 11 is evil. Why do they think 11 is evil? Did anybody try to talk to them about it and explain what the hell was going on? That Vecna was the big bad and he was doing terrible things and abducting people? Like, it kind of looks like they think 11 did all those crimes. Did anyone try to explain to them why? Like, they could be a big ally if you ask them for help or something. Or we're not going to do that. We're just going to kill them indiscriminately. Because the only characters they considered disposable and easy to kill were the soldiers. And, like, they're just doing their jobs. They're not necessarily evil. You realize most of them, they're not evil. They've been told that 11 is an evil, crazy killer. And then she keeps going around and killing people. How does this even out? Do I need to... She keeps going around killing all their fellow soldiers. So in their eyes, yeah, of course she's evil. She's killing all of these people indiscriminately. And so is everyone else. Everyone I mean, I guess the kids didn't do it, but 11, Nancy, Hopper, they be killing soldiers left, right, all the time without a care in the world. Like, you can say Hopper, okay, I guess technically he has the training, but he never once tries to say, hey, we need to not kill them unless we absolutely have to. They're like, no, we need to kill all these people immediately. They're treating them as if they are just as evil as Vecna, but that's not necessarily true. And you never gave them any other option. Like, you never even, it doesn't make sense. You know, they really do like to make people evil when honestly through their eyes, you are the villain in their eyes. They have no reason to not believe you are the villain. You just saying you're the good guy does not magically make you trustworthy and 100% good. Like, it's just dumb. Dumb. But part one, you're like, okay, how are we going to get through this? How are they going to resolve all these things? You've just added extra stuff that we're going to have to explain. Fine. Part two, you're like, oh, look, we're going to start answering questions, right? The answer is no. Did you bring back a character no one cares about? Yes, you did. And I'm like, well, that person's clearly going to die because you needed to bring back somebody who's technically on the good side that you can kill and nobody's going to, for dramatic effect, but then that's the only person you have the balls to kill because you're a coward. I'm like, oh, we don't want to. I can't remember what's the word for it. They didn't want to do shock deaths or whatever. Like they didn't like those. I'm like, yeah, that's the whole point. That's what you need. Okay, it's necessary. Okay. As always, here's all our little pieces that are extras. We will look at the picture to make sure he matches. I have Mihawk standing next to it. Can we put Mihawk? Oh, I already killed him. Come here. Put Mihawk in his ship. Can he stand in his ship? Yes, he can. Here we go. Mihawk. And I leaned him back so you can look at him. This is the ship, which the blue. There we go. I was like, man, the angle of the light in this is really bad. Oh, this thing fell off. Oh, damn it. Mihawk. You're giving me nothing but hate and suffering. But there you go. There's Mihawk and his awesome, intimidating ship. Although it's supposed to be more coffin-like than this. It's close. But I feel like it looks... I mean, I guess technically it is the shape of a coffin when you look at it. Like this. There we go. Coffin. But it's not quite enough. I'm just saying. We're going to put them over there. Oh. Here's all of our little pieces that are left over. Standard. Okay. And next up, bag 2. Luffy, our little straw hat. I feel like the straw hat is too orange. I'm already being persnickety on this one. And they put the hair is built into the helmet. Can't really dance. Okay. That's interesting. Where's the body? There we go. Here's Luffy. I think his head's a little bit too orangish, maybe, but whatever. Let's sit right there. Let's do this thing. But yeah, so by the end of part 2, you're like, oh, this isn't good. Like, you have a lot of story left to tell, and not a lot to tell. You're gonna have to wrap up a bunch of stuff. And then in the finale, it's like they hit fast forward, and then you kill Vecna, and you're like, crap, there's still a bunch of time left. There's like an hour left. I'm like, do not tell me we're going to do a Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, 17-hour ending. Because, I mean, it's an hour, but it's going to feel like forever. And I'm going to admit, that I fast forwarded through most of it. I'm like, oh, is this something I'm supposed to care about? I'm like, I genuinely don't care. I just want it to be done. I want it to be done. Like, I did watch a commentary about a discussion on FMT about it. And they were explaining about Dustin's speech was supposed to be exactly what what's his name that died in last season wanted to do when he graduated, and I was like, I guess, but also it was just super cheesy. And it was just unrealistic that everybody would be clapping like that. Like, come on now, could you be any more of a cheesy movie? Like, seriously, this is what we're doing. It's supposed to be exactly like another thing, like that. Like, I don't, no. Just straight up no is the answer for that one. There's this one. Like that. I looked at the dimensions of this Lego set, and the dimensions they have make it so that I guess the picture is much bigger than it actually is, which is fine. I mean, it's not the end of the world. One can never, it's so hard to gauge how much pieces will make, how big the puzzle, how big the Lego set will actually be, at least for me. That's just me not being able to picture that in my head. It's not a skill I possess, but we will see. But yeah, Stranger Things, I mean, it's over. Unfortunately, it ended up being like a lot of media that I watch nowadays, where you're just kind of checking it off your list. So you can say, yeah, I finished it. I'm never going to rewatch this again. It is over. Even the best season has now been ruined by the ending, because I will spend the whole entire time, if I were to rewatch it, I would spend the whole time thinking about how it ends. Even any of it. Like, with all the reaction commentary that I've watched, not reaction, commentary about the show. It's not a reaction, whatever. All the people I've watched talking about it, like, I guess they hated it from the beginning. I was like, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, it was hit and miss, but for the most part, I don't gauge it the same way they do. I more care about momentum. As long as it has a clear through line and a story arc for that season, and then even one for the whole, the growing mythology around it as well, like on the outside. Mythology is probably not the right word. Whatever. But as long as it's engaging, I don't mind any of the seasons. Some seasons are better than others, obviously, but they still had a story arc. Some of it's frustrating because the writers clearly can't do characters growing up and evolving, and they can't keep the characters where they evolved them. So Hopper, they reset back to factory settings I don't know how many times. Well, we just keep doing the same things over and over again. It's slightly amusing. One of my complaints about Taxi Driver, which is another show that I watched, currently in its third season. Actually, I think it just got done, but I watched like halfway through it. I stopped. I need to binge that. I need to finish that. Maybe I'll do that tonight. But depends on how long this takes. But the problem I had with that one is the exact opposite. Is that the characters did evolve and grow, but what made the show compelling was the characters and all the trauma that they had to work through. But once they worked through that, you're missing that darkness, and the show is inherently lighter than it was before. And I miss that darkness. Whereas this one, you don't have that problem because they just keep resetting them. Like, they go through it, they learn from their mistakes or something along those lines, and then they reset and do it again. You're like, why are we here again doing the same thing we did before? Like, you don't want the characters to grow. You want them to stay exactly the same, I guess. I don't know. It's just super tedious. You're really not... that, and you had, because they kept adding characters over and over, they kept adding more and more characters, but they didn't really, because you had so many, you didn't have enough time to spend on the existing ones. So I would have preferred more had you given the boys more things to do, because you decided to throw the boys on the wayside. Like, I don't know if that's because you don't think that they can act. I don't know what the reason is that you decided that they weren't going to have a story arc or anything to do at all. Like, they have no, their characters don't do anything. They're kind of just there. Like, you give them a couple lines, you basically fake, like, they have to, I feel like, you have a checklist. Like, okay, this character hasn't done anything yet. We're going to give him this one thing to do. We need to make sure all the girls are girl bosses that, save the day and do all the big heroic stuff. While the boys are sitting on the sidelines, we're like, oh crap, we forgot about this character. We'll put him over here. You also added new ones. You're like, it just doesn't seem like. You have to make sure that the characters are doing what they would do because that's what that character would do, and not because that's what you need them to do for the story. There is a difference. Like, okay, we need to. Somebody needs to say this. We'll give it to this person because they haven't been able to contribute yet. And like, well, does that character have that attribute? Like, would they be able to? Is that something they would actually do? Well, because they never bothered to define the characters that well, I guess. Because I guess any character can do anything depending on what they want. Although it is slightly amusing in the final episode. They had Nancy being confronted by her brother, like, hey, we want a gun. I want a gun too. Why are you the only one that can have a gun? She's like, I'm not going to give you one. She gives him a flare gun instead. I'm like, you do realize that if they all die, you're decreasing, if this were any sort of decently written show, you're decreasing the likelihood that they will survive because you are taking away from them a self-defense tool that they could use. Like, you're deliberately limiting them because you want to be the cool person with the gun, and you can't possibly share that with anyone else. It is only for self-serving reasons. It's arrogance, selfishness, and just plain stupid. It's stupid. To sacrifice human life because you want to be the cool person with the gun is stupid. The fact that she magically just became good at guns, you should be training all of them. They should have all been having training on how to use a gun. But you couldn't be bothered to train any of them because you didn't think they need to know how to do that. Why not? You know they're going into a life and death situation. You know you're not always going to be there. And you're like, nah, we're just going to strip them of it. Never mind the fact that Nancy killed I don't know how many people, and it never once fazed her in any way, shape, or form. She never once thought, oh my god, I just killed somebody. Like, nah. She's like, oh no, it was all good. I just killed a whole bunch of people. I mowed a whole bunch down. It's 100% acceptable. It's all good. Why? Why is it acceptable to do that? Why don't you feel any emotion about that? A normal human would. It doesn't matter if you consider them to be the bad guy. You would still feel emotion about it, and you don't. And that's what makes her not human. That's it. We're not doing the other side? Yet again, extra pieces. Then, as to be expected, bag 3. Okay. But yeah, it's just a poorly constructed story. Like, yet again, in modern times, they're like, hey, this movie was good. We're just going to wing it on the fly. Like, you have Doomsday coming up. Does that have a script? No, not really. 2 and 2. Oh, we're just going to stop with this one. Not a full one. They just got all their cast together, had them shoot a bunch of stuff, and they will just meld it together and then do a reshoot later to fix their problems. Like, you should have a clear-cut story. The winging it thing, not doing so well. Not doing so well at all. You might want to do something else besides winging it. Maybe. Because this whole, because you have second viewing, people that are, well, not second screen viewing, where people are playing games on their phone, and not paying attention to it. You're like, oh, we need to act like all viewers are stupid. Like, well, you know what? You should be striving for a show that is so entertaining that they put their screens down. We've all watched a show where you were playing on your phone and whatever they were doing on the screen was so engaging that it pulled you into the show. And you found it engaging. And then you stopped playing on your phone and you realized you were just holding the phone in your hand the entire time, but you weren't looking at it. But because you were like, oh, we can't possibly get the viewer to be engaged, so we're just going to skip it. Like, really? So you tapped out. You do not have the skills to write a story that's engaging enough to attract the viewers. So you're just like, nah, I can't do it. That's what we're doing. That's how this is going to be. Is this supposed to be the end? Okay. The reflection on the thing is, oh, this is not. I figured out a way to make this happen. Oh, wow. That's a lot. Okay. But it's insulting to the viewers. Viewers aren't nearly as stupid as you expect them to be. And they want, there are those people that still get into it. And if you keep making slop like this, they're never going to engage. They're also not going to remember the slop that you made. What was there to keep them invested in the show? Nothing. You didn't give them anything to be invested in the show. You gave them absolutely nothing. Oh, it's the mouth? That's what we're doing? Okay. You give them nothing to... See, I always enjoy it interesting that they just cover up all this. Nothing for them to remember. Nothing them engaging. Like, technically, with Stranger Things, the most engaging thing is the conspiracy theorists that are like, oh, hey, there's another episode. That's just some fun stuff. Like, nice way to go. Like, we've all been there. We've all watched a show, been hugely invested, and then got to the end, like, this is it. Like, sometimes it's because it got canceled. That's always a bust for everyone. And sometimes it's because when they were trying to land the plane, they actually crashed the plane. It turned into it was a hot mess. It was a hot mess. We've all been there. It's super disappointing. I still like to say that Enterprise, the last episode, never happened. That's how I make that happen. That's what I tell myself, and then I move on. That's how that works. Like, edit it the way you want, to be like, hey, that's their story. If that's the way they wanted it to be, then okay. But, it would help. Obviously, in Stranger Things, they had no idea what they were doing. It was a one-and-done show, and it was such a hit that they were like, hey, you got all this money from Netflix to make all those seasons, and you had all those years to come up with the plan of how this lore is going to work. Which, if because I'm pretty sure when they got renewed that I thought their plan was to do 5 seasons from the very beginning. Not the very beginning, but after the first season, I think they were planning on doing 5. If that is the case, then you need to plan out ahead of time. You can alter it a little bit. Be like, okay, season 2 is to find out this. Like, this is where you start the season. This is where the end of the season. This is your villain for this season. Season 3, this is what we need to do. This is the start and this is the end. Like, how you're gonna, if you want, you need to know what the creatures are. You need to know what you're doing. The basics for it, you can change it a little bit, but you should have an idea where the end is going to be, and then you can start dropping breadcrumbs to get yourself there. Like, you should have some idea ahead of time, but you're acting like you don't. And I believe that to be true. You're acting like an idiot is what you're doing. But you're acting like you have no clue what you're doing because you're just winging it every season. I guess you were hoping that the actors would fill it in for you. I don't know. Like, it's just weird to me. It's just weird. Like, I can understand you may not have all the answers, but you should be able to be... No. It's odd to me. I don't really know what to say. I assumed it was that they didn't have a plan. They had no idea what they were doing. They were winging it, and then they got to the end and they didn't have a clear idea. Like, you could have just went online and chosen one of their theories. Like, you had, the reason why season 4 was so good is because you had Vecna and you had stakes. People were dying. Kids were dying. It was a pretty big deal. Kids were dying. It was a pretty big deal. There were high stakes. It was pretty dramatic. But here we are. In season 5, how many people actually died? How high were the stakes? They weren't. They weren't at all. Why are my hands so dry? They were not high at all. They were quite sad and pathetic. It was dumb. It was all around dumb. Like, if there are no stakes, why do we care? We don't. That, and at some point you realize, hey, when the parents didn't die, and you're like, nobody's going to die. That, it doesn't make sense that the parents didn't die, and then the Demogorgons come in and annihilate the soldiers. Oh, look, it's a wanted poster for Don Krieg. I'm not a huge fan of this one. The one that died off screen in the One Piece show. That's correct. I mean, not off screen. He died on the screen. I can think of it, but he was on it for a few seconds and then he was gone. What are you just doing? Okay. Oh yeah, there is 2 of them. So where's the other one? Oh, it's right next to you. You already did that one. This is what happens when you talk and put Legos together at the same time. It's the small thing. I've done good. But yeah, if there are no stakes, if you're never genuinely afraid that any character is going to die, at some point, that takes away from the thriller dramatic part about it. Like, you should have had the balls to kill Max, but you didn't. You should have had the balls to kill their parents, but you didn't. You should have had the balls to make them have consequences for their stupid actions, but you didn't. Like, it doesn't make sense that this scary place from season 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, like, is this place hazardous? Is this place, going into the upside down, talking about how, you shouldn't breathe in the air, they're in hazmat suits, and then in the final season, they're just running around, not even coughing, acting like the air is fine, like they didn't care at all. Oh, so I'm supposed to put the wanted poster there. Okay. Okay. As I'm doing this in the wrong order. You know what? How is this? Okay. Is it supposed to be like this? Or, no, it's this way. Okay. That's what happens when you're not doing it in the order of the thing. Because, as I've said on previous streams, I'm not very good at doing it in a different way than the way the instructions are. So, we'll put... His wanted poster is in the Baratie? Since when? Never mind. Moving on. Just make sure I'm not missing anything. But it's fairly disappointing, that, and they go back to say that Eddie's death in the last season was stupid and had no meaning whatsoever because, those demo bats, where is that in this one? Oh, it's in order, so it must be there. It just doesn't look right. The demo bats that he was killed by in season 4 never show up again in the rest of the show. You're like, well, I'm so glad they were there just to kill him and then leave. Like, he was stupid for dying, it's his own fault, and then moving on. Like, he accomplished nothing. I'm like, well, thanks. Thanks a lot. I'm like, that's super helpful. Thank you. I mean, shit on the character people like. Say that anybody that dies is their own fault, I guess. And then we move on. I don't know. It's... you kind of makes it where you want it to be. They got canceled after season 4 because they cost too much money and then they didn't have a season 5. But, or, part of the problems that they probably had is the problem that a lot of creators like the Duffer Brothers have, which is that they have nobody holding them back, nobody editing their crap. So they think everything is great they do, and they don't edit themselves in any way. Because they were like, hey, we didn't delete any scenes. Everything that we shot is on there except for like one scene for all the seasons. I'm like, how is that possible? Like, that's just not a thing. Like, especially with the fact that you didn't really have clearly defined characters, and you relied on the actors to come up with their characters' backstory and flesh them out and make them more engaging. If that's the case, then how could you possibly not have deleted scenes? Because you had no clue what the fuck you were doing. Like, I don't understand how this works. Although previous seasons did have a more cohesive storyline. So I don't know if somebody else wrote that or where we're going, but they had so much time between the seasons to write a better story than this. I don't know if they had too much time and they spent too long in it and they overthought it. Or, the problem is they love their characters so much and they think that, we want to just watch them talk. And I was like, to a certain extent, sure. But if what they're talking about is something they've already talked about and it has no meaning, or it doesn't further the plot, or it doesn't develop the characters in any way, shape, or form, I'm really not here to just watch the characters talk about worthless stuff that's wasting time. Because then it's just filler. It's just boring, shitty filler. And nobody wants to sit through boring, shitty filler. I'm not here for it. And I'm pretty sure I fast forwarded through a lot of it. The coming out scene in the episode before the finale, I didn't watch. I mean, I watched it, but I fast forwarded through the coming out scene right when he started, and I was like, this is going to be some awkward, cheesy, cringe bullshit, and I'm not here for it, so I'm not doing it. So I just fast forwarded through it. So I know it's bad, and I know people made fun of it, but I was like, yeah, I'm not doing it. It's not realistic. I don't buy a single thing you're doing. This makes no sense that he would come out to all of these people at once. That makes no sense. That's not an intimate setting for a very important thing. You have everyone there. You have people that have just included in this group. They're not close friends. Like, why would you share this with random people? This is the 80s. I don't understand. Like, this whole, you got to make the past feel like the present. That makes no sense to me. It annoys the bejesus out of me, honestly. Like, I understand they were different then. They view things differently than they do now, and you need to respect that. And you need to understand that. You're going to want to judge them on today's views. How did I miss those? What step was that? Wait 1 second. I got to go back to figure out what all that was. You're viewing them with modern views of the world, but that's not how that works. That's not how they thought back then. That's not the way they... What step did she miss that from? It's not how they viewed the world. Oh. It wasn't that one. Did I get everything else? But yeah, it annoys me when they do that. Which I watched an entire 16-episode Korean show called Under the Queen's Umbrella yesterday. I may have fast forwarded a little bit through that. But a little bit, I mean, sweet baby Jesus, fast forward, just fast forward. But I watched that, and it is a decent show. It was very much liked, but it has the same exact problem, and that they were trying to put modern day sensibilities on that show. Is it technically possible that the mother could view the world that way? maybe. But she wouldn't. It's unrealistic to expect that from her, and it's unrealistic to judge her if she didn't look at the world that way. Especially because of the way things were at that time. Like, it doesn't, I just... So, in Under the Queen's Umbrella, obviously the main character... Why is that one there? We're missing something. And Under the Queen's Umbrella, the Queen... Here, we need to take this off because we're missing something. Somebody's making noise. Her oldest son is is the Grand Prince, I think is what they call it. He's heir to the throne after when her husband, the king, dies. And she has 4 other children as well. So over the course of it, she finds out her oldest son has been poisoned. He eventually dies. Like, he was poisoned for years until he eventually croaked. Like, he died horribly. They tortured that poor boy. But then she realizes that her position is in jeopardy. Like, she'd always been riding on well, my son's going to be king, I'm good. I don't have to worry about anything. I don't need to have, I don't have to hold any of my sons for any standards because my oldest son's going to make everything okay for them. And only, well, that's shit for the oldest son, but okay. But then once her oldest son is dying, she realizes, oh shit, not only is my kid going to die, because she's sad that her child's going to die. She does love all of her children. But not only that, but now all of my children's positions are in jeopardy. Now, she should already know this. But also, the reason why her husband became king is because his brother died. And that's how he was able to eventually get the position from the heir. So back in the day, at this point, back in the day, kings he'd have one main wife, one with the greatest position, but he would also have concubines, and which are basically modern mistresses, whatever, like legit ones. You would have a hierarchy depending on how high you were on the totem pole for concubines. I've seen it sometimes where they actually have multiple wives, but yet again, you have a hierarchy. You have the first wife, the one in power, and then the ones underneath it. Each of them has their own title and responsibilities and whatnot. She already knows that her husband gained power because his brother died under mysterious circumstances, and then all of his other half-brothers also died, except for one of them. The queen got deposed and thrown out. Like, a whole bunch of shit happened back in the day, right? So if you know this to be the case, you know this is possible, how are you arrogant enough to believe that that could never happen to you? Especially when you become the heir to the throne, even if you are a concubine's child, you immediately become the head queen, whoever she is, the wife, the actual legit wife, her child. So you call her mother. And that concubine that is your biological mother is just the concubine. Whatever her title is, that's what you call her. You don't call her mother. The one unrealistic thing about the show, the one of many, is that they have the concubines raising their kids. That's not how that works. A lot of times you got your kids taken away from you, and they were raised by other people. They weren't raised by you. They were raised in the court. Like, no. Like, you wouldn't have a traditional mother role. I mean, it depends, but usually no. And them acting like it's a surprise deal, like, no, that's how that shit worked back in the day. Like, that's how that worked. The head wife was the mother of all the children, even if she wasn't biologically their mother. Because when the current king became king, he became, he referred to the Dowager Queen. I don't know if she was Dowager Queen yet. Dowager Queen is when the king dies. His wife becomes the Dowager Queen. he referred to her as mother, and then the concubine as concubine. The concubine was all pissed, like, how dare you? I'm like, that's how this works. You already knew that. This shouldn't be surprised. But also, the queen in the show, she should know all the turmoil that came to be for her husband to gain power. So she should know how easy it would be for them to lose it too. So basically, nearly identical situation comes, but she takes a different approach than the queen did to try to save her kids and fight for their power. And she's like, okay, well, the only way I can stay in power is to make sure one of my other 4 sons becomes king instead, becomes the heir instead. And then you have, the problem is the person that killed all the people for the current king to gain power was his mother, concubine, who eventually framed the queen of that time for a crime to have her deposed and kicked out, and then got kicked out with all of her kids, and then had all of the kids killed after they were kicked out. Like, it's a hot mess. Like, the king knew that. He knew what his mother did the whole entire time. He knew his mother killed all those people. So he knew she was dangerous. The queen also should have known the mother's dangerous. I'm shocked the queen didn't figure out also. Even back then, when she would have been newer into power, she still should have known what the queen was capable of. So she shouldn't be surprised. The queen has hated her from the very beginning. The queen has been trying to kick her ass out the entire time. You should have known that from the beginning, and you should have made sure that your kids knew that too. Because they need to know how to survive. Oh, is this backwards? No. How is it like that if it's like that? Does it go this way then? Yes. Okay. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, you should have known better. You raised your children with a false sense of security when you're in a den of vipers, where everything you do, there's consequences for that. And because they had the modern ideology crap in it too, I say crap. It's like there's a way to do it right and a way to do it wrong. So of course, one of her children ends up he likes to cross dress. And she finds out about it, and like, he should know better. He knows the consequences of his actions if he gets caught. He knows what'll happen to him. He will end up dead, man. Like, I would imagine he would just be executed for that. Like, is that great to think of in modern times? No. But that's the way the world works. You need to be realistic. Oh, look, stickers. Oh, can I just say, I am really bad at doing stickers. Hello, guest in this awesome thing. We are on bag 4 of 27, and we're almost an hour in. So I don't know if that's a gauge of how long this is going to take. But, hold on, I got to put a sticker on. Sticker. Which sticker is it? It's number 7. Put it the right way, kids. I have never attached a sticker well. What could possibly go wrong? Well, the thing about the Lego stickers, once they're on, they're not coming back off again. Well, that, if you try to peel them off, they're going to damage them. Nope, not even remotely close. Good enough. Which way is it supposed to be? Okay, it's this way. But yeah, just watching that show, she's like, oh, I still love you for your. I'm like, that's basically, sure, fine. She'll still love him for who he is. But also, she'll be like, you need to stop immediately because you will get killed. Like, your life is in danger. You should already have known that. How he was able to go off on his own, it's entirely realistic. How easy it was for all of them to get in and out of the castle all the time. It was entirely, no, just no. Like, all the things they could get away with doing, especially because of the status, it makes no sense at all. Makes no sense at all. But people love that show. Loved it. I mean, I did finish it. I can say it's not bad, but it did bother me. That got to me a lot, how that worked out. And, she had the one she eventually gained who eventually became king. Well, the heir. He got to marry for love. I'm like, that's also unrealistic. It's just a coincidence that he fell in love with someone who had a high enough title that he could marry. Sure. Like, I mean, come on. I mean, I guess. Wait, is it all extra pieces? Okay, good. double check to make sure while I was standing around talking that I didn't mess something up. I mean, I would never. I don't know what you're talking about. That's a lot of little pieces. It's a lot of extras. I just, what could possibly go wrong? But that, I could say, I did get all the way through the show. It helps that the side I was streaming on, sometimes you run into the problem when you fast forward through a show too much that it airs out and it doesn't like it. One of the apps I used to use all the time, I hated it when you fast forwarded too much. I'm like, man, I'm going to need you to watch more show than you're watching. But with that one, I did the standard, once I, oh no, why are there so many of these? I'm going to do the mouth? Okay, that's exciting. Okay. There. Once I got the gist of the scene, I would just fast forward. That's how dedicated I was. I'm like, we're finishing this thing, so this is what we're doing. Okay. One of these. Let's see. Wow, the gold that comes off of a slightly... I'm not a huge fan of the gold Lego color. It looks nicer in the picture. Okay. Let's see if we can do this right. 1, 2... But yeah, I mean, it's an okay show, but although today the algorithm gave me clips from Twinkling Watermelon, that's actually a really good show. It's a really good show. It's a tearjerker, so if you don't want to cry, don't watch it. But 1, we have to do 2 of these. Yes, 2. Okay. But man, the algorithm always knows what you want to watch, and it gives it to you every single time. Although sometimes it can be mistaken because you watch some random thing, but usually, like this. Interesting. Well, it's sturdy, I'll give it that. Get in the thing. There we go. Here we go. And then 2 of those. But yeah, it's been a while since I've been able to binge watch a show that quickly. But with that one, a lot of the reason why I skipped was because there was a lot of political intrigue. They're like, oh, we're going to talk to each other about how evil we are. I'm like, great. I gotcha. Skip. Just like, good times. I'm going to threaten you again, and then you're going to threaten back at me. If you do this to me, I'm going to do this to you. I'm like, okay, sure. Are we going to get to that? Because I feel like it's filler. Like, you've already threatened this person how many times at this point? I mean, if you've seen one political intrigue, you've seen them all. Well, probably not true, but... Hear me complaining. I obviously watched it entirely, so... 2. Okay. Where's this one go? This way. Oh my gosh. Get in the hole, jackass. Get the... Why are you so persnickety? Get the... There we go. Whatever works. Oh, I forgot to put Nami together. That was the first instruction. Yet again, am I paying attention while I'm talking? No. No, I am not. No, I am not. Before we go too far, we'll switch it back real quick and put Nami together. Not bad. Although why I needed to look at the instructions is to make sure I didn't magically mix something. Does she not have her bow staff? Where is her weapon? Does she not get her weapon? What the front is, Mana? Dastardly fiends, just set her right. Oh, she's supposed to be sitting on the thing on the picture. Nailed it. Nailed it. She doesn't have a bow staff. Although, I don't know if it's actually a bow staff. Whatever. It's the stick that expands and it contracts depending on how she uses it, okay? Okay. Here's the mouth put together. It's exciting. I mean, it looks like it. It looks like it. I watched the first 2 episodes of a show. What is it called? Spring Fever. It is ridiculous. I wouldn't say. I think it's on Amazon Prime. As I say that, did I watch it on Amazon Prime? You know what? No, I didn't. You know why? Because I don't like commercials. That's why. I literally have that, but I refuse to watch the commercials on the principle of the show isn't good enough for commercials. But yeah, it was amusing. It's ridiculous. It is a ridiculous show. Just ridiculous. And apparently I was in the mood for ridiculous. That's what I watched. It was about a teacher that was, she teaches ethics class. They actually have ethics class in high school. Which I couldn't think of it. I feel like we had, was it called ethics though? Whatever. But she taught that class originally in Seoul, but then somebody accused her of having an affair with the father. One of the students, the wife. The wife accused her of having an affair. As far as we know, from episode 1 and 2, the husband was the one that kept sending her messages, and she never acknowledged him in any way, shape, or form, but she still got in trouble for him being a perp. How does this not go in there? What did we do wrong today? Is this in the wrong spot? Is this what we're doing? Yes. But as always, the wife turned up into the school and then slapped her across the face in front of all of her students. And then she got labeled a hoe and ended up running away to the countryside where she meets this guy that everybody considers to be a gangster, but he actually owns a solar farm, like the solar panels and whatnot. So he's all eco-friendly and crap. Like, great. I don't know how preachy that's going to be later on. But that might cause problems. But neither here nor there. He's a real, I don't know, a himbo might be the right word for it. He's a complete idiot. At least that's how his character is written right now. Like, who knows? Who knows? But he's currently raising his nephew. Because I assume, I don't know if it's his brother or his sister died. And so did their spouse. So he ended up being, the guardian for the child and raised the kid since they were little. That's the story. Like, who knows? That might change, but that's what we go so far. But it's just a ridiculous show. She's trying to hide out there. Doesn't want any attention or anything because she got all that bad attention. She's just hiding out from everybody. Not speaking with her parents for who knows what reason. I'm sure that'll come to beep. Right? I'm sure we'll figure it out eventually. But will it be a good answer? Probably not. It's best not to have unrealistic expectations. So weird. So weird. It's like somebody's sweeping outside. It's driving me nuts. What is that? It's like, how can that possibly sit in there? It doesn't have a piece on it. Okay. And this goes on top of this. Okay, these two go this way. I didn't have a stream last weekend, but I did spend a day and a half putting furniture together at my sister's place, which was oodles of fun. Which, the same rules for Legos come into effect when putting furniture together. The whole make sure you've gotten all the pieces out of the bag because, you might need them. It'll come in handy from time to time. Not that I had that problem. I did have the problem. Although, like Legos, they generally come with, is that the head? So weird. Extra pieces. So that way, if you do, if you are missing something, it's not like you can't use one of the extra pieces to fix the problem. So it's not the end of the world, per se. This way. This way. Okay. So weird. Beep. Man. But yeah, I seriously doubt I'll finish Spring Fever. I'm sure I will forget its very existence at some point. Because, you know, in this day and age, to watch things from week to week, it's unlikely. And it's not on my queue anywhere, so it's not, you don't have anything to remind you, hey, you need to watch this. So this goes like this. And make it sit in the hole. Okay. And then this goes here. Like that. And then this, let's see if we can understand what this is doing, like this. So weird. And it doesn't connect in there or anything. That's it. That's what holds that on there. Okay. Sure. I mean, who am I to question? Oh, look, we got extra pieces this time. Are you sure none of these go in somewhere and we just miss it? Mm-hmm. No, I already got that one in there. Just checking to make sure, because that one piece. No, I have that one too. Did I not put those? Oh, it's that one. I mean, who made that mistake? It was me. It was me. That's the small things. There we go. As always, the rule is little pieces, sure. Big pieces, no. And the other ones, I assume those will be fine. The perk of doing it this way also is even if you have troubles with it, if you mess up and miss something, at least you don't have to backtrack through all of it to get your fix. I'll put that in the middle. Yes. So that's fine. And then that goes here. All actuality, you could probably survive with that inside piece not being there. But I fixed it. Thanks. surprise. This one just sits right there. And then continue on with the rest of the base, because we got to build the ship now. The ship. Because all we've done is this tiny little piece. Nope, that's on the right side. I thought of something and I can't say it because I don't want to drink myself. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. Don't you dare say that out loud. And this one, because this bright colors, should be a placeholder of some sort to help you easily identify where something's supposed to be and to gauge to make sure that the rest of it is in the right spot. That's what those are there for. They're to help you make sure that you haven't done something catastrophically wrong. Now, this only works if you were actually paying attention to it to notice that it's wrong. Not that I've ever done such a thing, but yeah, that's pretty much how that works. That's how that works. I have complete faith in my ability to mess it up. There's two in the middle. Which way does it go? Oh. It's like, where does this go? Not there, smarty, not there. Huh. Interesting. Oh, I need to do two of them. I think I was paying attention to that and saw the 2x right there. Skills, kids. Skills. Do I have them? No. But easily fixable. Although slightly annoying. This and this. Oh, it goes underneath. Did I not put one on the other side and that's what the problem is? Yes. It's a good sign. Make sure everything looks fine. So I assume that's the side of the, maybe the other end, maybe? Who knows? Stop guessing and start putting pieces in. That'll probably help you out. The hope is that this set is even remotely as nice as the, I mean, it can't be, the set from the show One Piece, which looked extraordinary. And the fact that they made it as a practical set makes it so much better. Putting the time and money into that. I would hope they'd be able to gauge that and be like, hey, we can do this in a practical set. As long as you're there for enough time to justify its existence versus being all CGI all the time. It can be kind of boring. The practical set lends something to it. CGI is supposed to finish it off, and that would be the thing that you rely on for everything all the time. Did we actually put everything on there? I don't know. I say that, it's not like they actually do it. You know what? Probably else you get that in there. There's this one, this one. Ooh, it's a spinny. Yet again, for this one, I'm using the drawers from my puzzle table. The only time I use it to organize things is for Legos and not for jigsaw puzzles, but whatever works. Technically, I am using the drawers. Although this does mean they're never actually in the puzzle table. But, I got this Lego set last weekend, but I didn't put it together because my hands were so sore from putting all the different things together. Because you don't really think about it, but how much do you really use your hands anymore? Because, you don't have to write any, usually you're typing. So you're typing, but you're not actually you're not gripping anything that much anymore. And because I don't, at least, maybe somebody else does, to spend all that time literally just holding a screwdriver, nailed it. It'll go back together just fine. Beep, beep. It hurt my hands. And they got sore. Here we go. Good as new. Looks exactly the same as the other side. They got so sore that I didn't want to hold anything. It was amusing. But we got it together. The never-ending amount of stuff. I'm sure she has more at this point. But that is the joy of moving. And you end up with new crap you got to put together. Organizing all your old stuff. Put that somewhere in the new place. See how you want to get it together. Organize it. I have to spend all my time reminding myself it's not my place. I don't organize, She has her preference. I have mine. That's perfectly fine. That's how that works. I'm just there to help as best I can. And, neither of us injured each other, so that's always nice. Or ourselves. But, that was always the most important thing, is that the cat likes it. So as long as the cat likes her new place, then no one cares. Because the cat is the queen that rules the house. So her needs are the most important needs above anyone else. Where's the other one? Right for your face. Pretty sure that's how that works. Only on one side. Interesting. I have to figure out a new place to put the instructions because it's kind of ruining my space to put the thing together. There we go. Uh-oh. Yeah, this might cause... I wonder if I could set it... We'll see. Oh, sorry. Hit relock. I hit the... See if I can't... Oh, no. This is a disaster. We'll see how well that works for a little bit. Okay. And I can't remember. I obviously did Hogwarts fairly recently. Where did I put the instructions for that honking thing? Who knows? Don't question that. And then 2 of those. But also it'd be helpful that once the instructions move, we'll move that crinkling hot mess in a little bit. So many bags. I guess I probably could have put them back in the box in order. We're not doing that. Something about it drives me nuts. Makes no sense, but that's what we're doing. These, this one, and this one. But it is such an advantage. It's so much easier like this with the pieces separated into smaller batches. It makes it so much cleaner and faster. I say that. I feel like every time I say these things, I'm like, you are about to jinx yourself in a way you didn't think was possible. You about to mess something up terribly. There's this one. And I do enjoy the instructions. They have Luffy walking across the bottom. So it's to show you how far in the book you are. So we're halfway through book 1 in an hour and a half. And we have 3 books. So a 6-hour stream. Is that what we're doing today? I mean, it just depends. It could go faster. That picture is terrible. Why did you do it that way? Don't question it. Just keep on, keep it on. So we have 4 of these then. And the problem with the way the book is that it's bent at an angle. I couldn't actually see what the number was for that. Which is why I said 4 with hesitation. I'm like, I don't know. It's however many ends up being in the picture, I guess. We won't finagle. 2 of these. It's easier to put the black side in first and then the yellow. I learned this last time. Tried to do it the other way. It was fairly difficult. That's not on the screen because it's there. And this one goes here. This. That one. This way. This angle is trashy. As always, we just keep moving things around. Is that the way that goes? No. Get off. Here? Okay. This one. These 2. Run, Luffy, run. Eek. Okay. I was gonna say, where do these go? If we're missing these pieces, we have problems. Serious problems. It's all good. It's all good. Made it. That is that piece. So now we're gonna just put this head right here. And then see if we can't twist this little bit there. I'll do that better. Next up, Usopp, which I did not put him in the tags because I couldn't remember how to spell his name. I don't know why they didn't list. Here's Usopp. It's not the best, but he's fine. He's fine. Where's Usopp supposed to be sitting? He's supposed to be in here drinking with Nami, so we'll put him in there. Set it up exactly like the picture, so I can't tell the difference, but this one, this one. Always interesting, all the colorful pieces that get buried underneath when you make these. Is that colorful orange going to be anywhere? No. Is the pink going to be anywhere? No. Unlikely. I mean, is it possible? Maybe, but no, not really. What's these? I haven't seen those in a while. And then, what are these? And then here. There's this one. This one. This is a horrible angle to do this. No. Somebody didn't put that in correctly. I believe that was me. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Oh, great. A pattern, you don't say. Oh, well, great. I'm really bad at patterns. Really bad at patterns. But I will make two. That one. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12. This goes in the other side. Our wonderful tile pattern for inside the restaurant. Don't get your fingers stuck in there. Sit. We'll come back to that. Having a wee bit of trouble sitting in a spot. There we go. Oh, was this supposed to be part of Usopp and I didn't put it in that? You know what? Yes, it is. Just, we'll come back to that. We'll fix it. I have skills. Skills, I tell you, skills. Okay. I got that one. The red one, the brown one, and the black one. The 4 black ones are already in. Usopp's pouch thingy. Come here. Get. It's good to see I did the character correctly. You know what? Am I surprised? No. Okay. All for a strap thing. Does it go underneath his arm? How does it go underneath his arm? Do we put it under? There we go. How's that? Now we got him stuck the little pouch on. Nailed it. And then where does that one go to? Nothing. It goes to nothing. Was that from an earlier one and we just didn't put it in the thing when I did it? Yes. Okay. Problem solved. Number 8. I got spoiled. Number 7 had a lot of big pieces in it. Put back out again. It's a problem for a later date. Okay. One. As always with Legos, what do? We count. We count a lot. We count often. Count many times. Although this time, I'm living dangerously by not actually seeing if that's the correct length. We're just hoping for the best. Hoping for the best. I will fix it if I have to later. That's how gung-ho I am. And there's one over. 2 of these. One of these. Ta-da. There are a lot of little pieces in this one. There's too many little pieces in this one. Let me rephrase. It's a lot of little stuff. Oh, jeez. That's... you can't see it because it's over there. But I just looked at what it needed, and you were like, oh, sure. That looks great. That's a lot of little pieces. Looks super exciting. I look forward to putting that together. I'll need one of these, right? 3 of that one. And 1 of that one. Okay. This one. Follow it in the correct order. This is a challenge for me. Is it in the bottom one? Where's this one go? It's always a good sign. You're like, wait, where does this one? It's right there. Ta-da! Well, I have a feeling we're going to be doing many of these. Okay. Although I just put it on there and I didn't finish it off first. Small things. Small. Where's the cap? Because there should be another one on the other side that looks fairly close to that in the end, I assume. If I ever find the cap I'm looking for. Set out 4,000 years ago. Wait, is it this one? No, it's a double. It's not a single. Where's the double? Oh, there it is. Double. I find it eventually. Nope, on that one. And this one. This one. Like that. Ah. Going to lose eventually. There we go. This one. Like that. So many little pieces. I really don't like little pieces. I'm going to keep it real. The bane. Also, it's slightly amusing. In the instructions, the dark brown looks black. But I don't have any black of that size. Which is your saving grace. If it wasn't, I guarantee you'd be putting in the wrong one. Although, it's not an invisible spot, but the problem will always be you'll end up using one in the wrong spot, and then the one that's visible, you'll find it much later, and then you'll have to go back and fix it. Not that I've ever been there, but I totally have. It's a true bummer. And then this one. This one. And this one. So this. There. The more intense it gets, the less I talk. That's how this works. I don't know if intense is the correct word yet again. No. More engrossed in the instructions I get. That's probably slightly better. Trying to make sure I don't mess something up. Oh, look. It's R-long. Can you see it? It's all blurry. No. Still blurry? No, it doesn't look great. I'm just saying. Doesn't look great. Okay. I looked at it for a hot second at the very beginning. Which ones, nope, behind it then? Which ones were the options? Because they give you 5 randoms, so you have no idea. Great googly moogly. Is it 6? That's a 6. That is 3. 3. Great googly moogly. With this one, being all dedicated and not even bothering to count, it's literally just, it's 9, but it's the whole, it's a row. There's no need to count. You just gotta put them all in there. Weird. So weird. One of these and 2 3s. There's the, oh, as always, work from the other side down. Where's this one go? I only need one. Problem solved. Problem solved. Great googly moogly. 2 3s. I just. No. It's a good sign. It just yawned. It's always a good start. Okay. It's exactly like that one, except for just smaller. The long ride one we had earlier. That's exciting. And then 2 singles. Are they dark? Or are they just poorly lit? It's poorly lit. True question is, why are they singles when you could have had just 2 by 1? Like, why is there... Why did they choose to make it that way? I assume there's a reason for it. One of them would be for piece count. But I trust Lego to have some sort of semblance of a plan of why they do the things they do. I'm not supposed to have 2 of those. Did you get 2 of those? No. But we're whittling away at the never-ending pile of little pieces. There's that one. That's exciting. 2 of those. 2 of those. 2 of these. And then 2 lattices. Oh, that does not look black in the picture. I meant the inside piece. There you see it. In the picture, it looks kind of like it's silver, maybe, but it is not clearly. You put it on, it pops off. Good sign. What could possibly go wrong? It's all good. Just keep squishing them together. Is that a good idea? Probably not. Probably not. Where does this one go? Here. And then I need this one here. The tracing they have me doing in the back side, not the front. Who knows? There's go. Two those. That's not the one we want. Four of those. Interesting. What? There we go. Not the filling is mana. Two random pieces on the inside. Oh, does this pop up? What the hell? Okay. Those. Okay. It is kind of stuck in there. It's just weird. Stairs? We doing stairs? No. Do it correctly. Follow the instructions. Pay attention. Don't just put it together however you want to. Like that, you loon. You're making it harder for yourself for no reason whatsoever. This one goes here. Yep. Oh, that's what that one was. Wow. It's good to see I chose completely the wrong piece for that. But in my defense, in the picture, I can't see that. It's hollow. There, you can see it. I couldn't see it in the picture. And away we go. Follow the instructions. Goes together. A door. Oh, nope, sticker. Oh. I mean, yay, sticker. Okay. Number 4. Oh, and it's a weird shaped sticker. Great. That's a normal sticker right there. Can we get it around the door frame without being super annoyed with it? No. I mean, it's on there, but it's a little bit too much to the right. Oh well, committed forever. That's the way she sits for all eternity. Yay. Wait, how does it lock on there then? Does it still just sit in the slot? Like, do we not? Oh, never mind. It goes in front of it in the hole. You don't. Look, just because I'm not observant doesn't mean I don't eventually figure it out eventually. Eventually, I'll realize where I messed up and fix it. I mean, probably. Maybe. Sure. Those pieces. Oh gosh. Just keep reminding myself. Finally getting done with this bag. That last bag was so fast that you're like, oh, we're going to move now. And then you get to the next one and you're like, oh no. No, we are not. We might be here till the end of time. Maybe. Where's that one? Oh. I only need one of those. Yes. Crap. Can't see it. Where does this one go? Okay, right here. And this wanted poster goes there. Oh, crap. We're like, what did we possibly do wrong? I don't know. Like, what could possibly be missing for that? Oh, there's 2 wanted posters. Here's another one. Oh, it's Luffy. You can kind of tell that's him. Oh, crap. So that's this one. So that's those two. And then I've got those pieces. I don't know where those two. Oh. Oh. This one goes. Wait. Did I put those? Yeah. So this is supposed to have this underneath it. That's that problem. And this one's supposed to have this underneath it. So that's that one. I missed those two. And then the rest of these I would assume are fine. They're just extras because they're tiny pieces. As always, the rule of thumb is to just check to see if the big ones are missing. Okay, bag 9. Okay, need to drink some water. As we can see from Luffy's progress, since we're in at the 2-hour mark, we're in bag 9. Luffy has made it this far, so he's this close to the end of book 1. So we're 30 pages away from the end of book 1. We're getting there. And we've made the head and this and then the ship, so getting our base in. That and the instructions for this one were nice enough to be able to tell me what I did wrong in the last one. Because I always do miss something. So, you know, I'm consistent that way. This is not right. Oh. You know what? It's a skill. Like, did you skip a piece? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And then, we've got 2 of these to go on this one. For this to go here. Yes? Mm-hmm. And then... for the staircase to go down from the entrance. Although technically, it's not really going to be correct. Well, because why would you? Never mind. Don't ask. I understand why they did it that way. Because you almost needed the entrance to be 1 level up to make that work. You did. You needed the entrance to be 1 level up to make that work, and you couldn't do that for whatever reason. And that's why we're here. That's fine. That's fine. No harm, no foul. We understand. Uh-oh. Am I supposed to? Oh, I'm 1 short. You put 3 on there. Did it say 4? Yes, it said 4. Well done. Well done, small child. Well done. Okay. There's another one? Seriously? I did not expect it to go that high. Okay. So do we need only 1 of these? Yes. 1. And then this one. The halvesy. That's not the right color. Where's that? It's not even close to right. That's some skills right there. And then the tall piece. Oh, and it meets right up with that one. Isn't that fun? And then I assume we gotta do the other side too. And away we go. I caught it before it hit the floor. Skills. Skills, skills, skills. Well, they do look like stairs. That's a spiral staircase. It looks like it. It just doesn't make sense for them to enter underneath and then go up in the scene. But I guess maybe it doesn't. Maybe they don't. I don't know. 3. There's that one. Three, 4. And the last one of our spiral staircase that we cannot find the end to. There's one. Oh, good news. Put it on backwards. I have the skills. I always do. There. Oh. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Oh, I'll probably just put them on the thing. Probably be helpful. Interesting. So it goes like this. Oh. I put it on the second one and it starts to fall off. I have the skills. I admit it. What's that? It just sits. There we go. There's the banister. Beep. Oh, sit, stay. And then one more banister for 8 total, which means I use 16 of the other pieces. Well, nailed it. This one goes here. This one goes over one. It's good to see I can follow simple instructions. I cannot. 2. That's this one. This one. That's not trouble. You have the two different shades of brown. Trouble, I don't know if it's the light reflecting off of it or it's the print of the instructions, but either way, no idea. There's that one. Every piece I put in is one piece closer to being the S. I didn't miss any. I say that. I feel like I missed some. But in my defense, I don't know. Shit. Look, we're finally going to lock those together. That's exciting. Where's this one go? Right here. Sticker number 2 for Baratie. Yeah, you might be able to read that. Okay. And then, will we be able to put it on there straight? Absolutely not. I have complete faith in my ability to completely go off the one side. Skills, kids. Skills. I still have pieces that are supposed to go in there. Don't you do this to me now. There's this one. Here. And our 3 pieces aren't that bad. That is the end of book 2. Huzzah! Neat. 25 pages in book 2. Only 195. Last it was 215. Although one could argue that some of that might have been the. I wonder if I could do it the other way. Will it sit up the other way? I say that. You're like, I don't know. I can't see it. Oh. Uh-oh. It's like, do not disconnect the camera. Sad things happen there. Okay. Luffy, I don't know where to set you. We're just going to put you right there for now. We have put Zoro together. Let's see if this time we can put Zoro together or not. Oh, we don't have his green. Oh, no, we do have his green hair. It's not the best cut of it. But there's his green hair. Because it also has his, which looks like Joker hair. His direct for the fight. Okay. Feet. Sword. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I can hold the sword in it now. Why is it white though? Well, I guess it is white. It's been a while, okay? Will he tip over when he's holding all the swords? Probably. Without somebody hold him up, yes, he will die. And that is Zoro with 3 swords. There's extra hair. Sit right there. Okay. Probably not going to work the best, but this is what we're doing now. Which way does it go? It goes this way. And this. And this. Oh, great. Where's this? That goes right here. Oh, I gotta put a sticker on it. Here's Baratie. This B is not gonna end well. It's not the worst thing I've ever done. Not great, but it exists. It's on there. We're moving on. Do not dwell on misfortune. No. Where's the... I already have those two. You know, perhaps if you weren't looking for a piece you already have. Look, it's Baratie. Need another one. There it is. Does it go the other way? Go this way? Like this? That's a great sign. Will we do it again? I'm just going to say yes. I mean, I have complete faith in my ability. Oh, jeez. There we go. This one. There. Next. Oh, that's a good sign. You cannot see it, but we will just move the ones around it. Yeah, it's a good sign when you put the piece in and then you move to the next one and it falls out. Like, clearly you snapped that in there very good. Well done. Let's just try to put that one in backwards. Also well done. At least I can say, as always, that I'm consistently bad at it. Because, you know, be consistent. Leave shit. I'll have that in. Now, there's this one. Oh, I need two of them. That's exciting. There's the thing. It's like, why is there no piece in tan? Well, that's because the piece isn't tan in the picture. Perhaps if you looked at it better, you'd know that. Also, you just put this together not that long ago. Did you not notice what color it was last time you did it? No? Nothing? Good times. Well done of you. Well done of you. There's this one. I didn't remember that there was a mermaid. Okay, so this is... Are they both the same? Yes. I'm surprised they didn't put... the piece they put inside the lantern is clear. I'm surprised they didn't put one that's yellow. You know? Since it's supposed to be lighting the way, I assume. But who am I to judge? I'm not here for that. There we go. We got our two mermaids set up. Where's the gold on the top of it, and how did that get there? Did we skip a step? Because that's a whole... Nice. There we go. Yes. I was going to say, like, that is a whole thing. That is a whole thing. Nailed it. What's that piece for? God knows. Okay. We will backtrack in a little bit for that. See if I miss it somewhere. As always. Yeah, they're in that one. It's entirely possible that that one's just not. Is an extra. Yep, extra. Because that's that one. Next up, bag 11. Did we get it in? No, I did not. No, not really. Well, at least we're consistent at this one. That's going to bruise later. Since I need the table. There we go. Okay. That's not right. Here. Very good. Let me move away. I don't remember that the floor was actually tiled like how this is. I have no idea. I gotta take their word for it. Maybe I should rewatch One Piece to prepare myself. Although I should probably rewatch it closer to when the new season comes out, which I think is in March. I think so. I'm sure I'll see something about it when it comes out. I imagine they will advertise it just as good as they advertise Stranger Things to get as much out of it as possible. Which I think they are actually already filming season 3, so at least there's that. Well, this is not the right one. Is it supposed to be a single without the thing on it? I think it's supposed to be a single without the thing on it. I don't know what you're thinking. That makes no sense. Well, you know, it does to me. You're supposed to. Oh, I think you're getting stuck on that. Do not rip that. I will be sad. No. It's a slight disadvantage that I can't actually see part of the page because of the way it's bent. How's that? Does that make it better? No. No, it does not. We tried, though. Which, if you can hear that, just in case I didn't say earlier, that is my heat turning on, because, you know, winter. 'Tis cold. Well, honestly, I have no idea how cold it is outside. I didn't go out to check. If I don't go outside, I generally don't check, because it doesn't matter. Nailed it. Uh-oh. Why did you knock off this? I have 5 of them. Where's the 5th one go? Oh. Down the side. Two, 3. And 2 of those. There's this one. Oh, it's a sticker. What sticker are we doing? 9. It's a picture of a pirate ship. Oh. That one was so bad I actually did take it off. There we go. Slightly better. And then this one is number 8, which is fine quality dining. Baratie catch of the day. Still completely wrong. Nope. Oh my gosh. Can we not? What's the most difficult thing? Sticker. Sticker's the most difficult thing. Oh my gosh, really? It's not a small piece. How does that happen? Uh-oh. Pushed too hard and didn't have it in place. That's how that works. Here's this one. These two. Two threes. Fingers. I got fingers in that one. One of this one. One of this one. Oh, look, it's another sticker of a kraken. Wow. Looks kind of like an octopus, but I assume kraken. Same. Because at the very least, they're in the same family. This one. Oh, Frel. Nailed it. Those two. This one. A sticker? Really? Close enough. Where's the... Oh, there it is. Increase that one. Bag 12. Ah. Get me some water. Okay, let's do this. And now, for Luffy's grandfather, which I cannot remember the name of. I'm on top of things, I admit it. Well, if they put his name on it anywhere, that'd be helpful. He looks annoyed. Oh, there we go. I don't know how I'm going to do it. We're going to try this and see how this works for a little bit. Well, the joy of it is, if I put it way up there, the light is shining off of it, which makes it slightly hard to see what it is. Especially because I already have trouble with it identifying stuff without the light reflecting off of it. That's not really helpful for me. But hopefully, this will help it go faster. I say this, no. At the very least, I assume no harm will come from it. Inside or outside? Inside. This one? Nope. Yes. Maybe. And then this one. That's right there. And that's orange. There we go. As I put it underneath, on top of the seat instead of underneath it. Nailed it. Perfect. What color is that one? It's clear. Interesting. And then the arms. 4 of them. follow the instructions. I gotta say, I don't think this position is gonna work well either. So this is not good on the back. Just saying. Do I need 2 of these? Yes. Mm-hmm. There's this one. There we go. And then these. Ah! Skills, kids, skills. Here's the trouble with Legos. It requires too much thought, so it's hard to talk about anything while you're trying to do them at the same time. I get so zoned in, tuned out of everything else, that I just kind of do it without thinking about it. Okay. There we go. Oh, look, I got a table. That's exciting. Well, that door is going to eventually go in there. Where's the... This one? Does it sit like this? Sure. I've never had that. Never had that one before. The berry top? Interesting. Another table. So like this. Black side. Oh, I think it's supposed to go on that. No. We're supposed to put this on there. I have skills, okay? Let's not question how great I am at what I do. Did you mess it up again? Yes, yes, yes. It's this one. Is that supposed to be a bun? Sure. I'm not going to question it. Why should I? Oh. Never had that piece before either. Oh, this is fun. It's a good sign, good sign. Oh, gosh. Three, four. That one. And as always, put the door in, and they're like, no, we want it to go the other way. Why? Because I said so. There we go. Nope. Where do all those pieces go? Really, guys? Really? What have we done wrong today? I don't even know where those go. I must have missed a page, because that's the only way you can miss that many pieces. I don't see those pieces used in these at all. So does that mean they're going to be in the next one? That does happen from time to time, in case you ever do a Lego set and you have ones that you're like, hey, where do these go? Every once in a while, you'll get a piece ahead of time. I don't know if that means they changed their mind in the process of making it. I don't know what happened there. But Because now, oh, there we go. I missed the page towards the end. Okay, good. I was going to say, come on, Nan. I realized I was wrong, but let's not go crazy now. Still not unheard of, mind you, that it just ends up being son in the next one. Crap, just hook together, you dastardly fiend. There you go. Where's the other piece? And then one of those. Oh. Well, I don't have another one of those there. I didn't put, was I supposed to make 2 of those? Well, yet again, problems can be solved. Although, there we go. Where are we pushing the order of that? Oh, because they connect them together? Okay. But then I still have all these extra pieces. Are these all little ones? Yep. Just a bunch of random pieces. And then this one. Uh-oh. Did you just unhook that? Shit. I mean, yay. Sit. Okay. So this one hooks together with the fish. Fish head goes this way. If I can find the slot it sits in. There. How's that? That's what it wanted me to do. Thank your Jesus. That one. Yet again, this wasn't working well either. So that, let's skip the page again. I cannot even. Okay. You know, it probably helps if you do it the right way. You know, the small things. Small. Why does it not match together? Why is this side off? Was it put that one there? Now I'm confused. Yeah, I don't know why this one's here then. Yeah, it adds one on. So it's the wrong size then? No, because it's 6. Yeah. So then this one has one too many. So where's the extra one? We must add one here too. I just didn't see it in the instructions. Oh, you know what it probably did? Probably added one at the other end down here. Sassafras. Fine, that'd be the way. Getting better and better at it. Obviously being sarcastic, but, you know, it'll finish eventually. Well, how does this one go down then? Why is this still not right? I don't understand. Is it supposed to be 2 on that one? Okay. Okay. Fine, then be that way. This one. It's not a good position for it to be in either. I might have to go back to the other one. Well, it's safe to say this is the one that I've made the most mistakes on. This is a hot mess. So far. Oh, great googly moogly. Oh no, I ripped it. Oh. Fine. Yes. Lots of black and white. And now I don't talk anymore at all because of the wonderful tile pattern that I gotta get right. We do not want to take these out and do them again. So we're doing it right. So 14. How dedicated am I? Yes, I did just throw that on the floor. You are correct. I will pick it up when we're done. Is this supposed to be Sanji? Okay. I don't know about this one. Sanji. Okay. Did I skip a page? Yes, but I realized it into my back. Doesn't count. That one. Man. Why is that not even? Don't ask. I mean, it is now, but I just don't understand why it wasn't before. But, oh. Weird? Yes. Will I ever get the answer? Probably no. Oh. So, like, there's not enough room for two things in there. Yes, there is, when you put it the right way. You know what? I think this might actually be my first bowl of that size. I don't think I've ever had a bowl that big before. Which is dumb, but totally true. This is the kitchen. That's what I've grasped so far as I try to find random pieces I've never seen before. Okay. So it goes here. Nope. Here. Here. Never had a fish before. Well, just threw a piece far, far away. There's those two. Problem with these, it doesn't have a thing on it? No. How do I get it connected? Oh, never mind. It goes this way. Nailed it. This one. Oh my gosh. I didn't do anything wrong. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not that I didn't notice the very problem I noticed in the other one and then realized I did the exact same thing, forced it together, and then had to fix it after. No, that's not what happened. I don't know what you're talking about. Foolish talk. Which way are they supposed to be? This way. I don't think I've ever had that kind of piece before. And then spoon, fork, cleaver. Oh, that's a good sign. I don't know what you're talking about. Can't possibly be that I did. Oh, gosh, darn it. I didn't do it wrong. I don't know what you're saying. I don't understand how that works either. Because it runs into the thing. Like, what are we doing? Like, what are we... This... Because it's too high. Can you see it through the... I mean, you can. You can see the silver through there. I don't know. I didn't make the design. I just put it there. That is actually right now. So... Yeah, that's the right light. That's the right light. That's how it's supposed to go. Okay. Moving on. question. Just keep on keeping on. There's a crab and another bowl. What it actually is, it's an egg. That's a raised egg. That's slightly amusing. You can't really see it. But it's got the egg yolk on there. And I just took the egg with me. We'll see. Oh. What mistakes one has made. Yet again, I don't know what you're talking about. I never make mistakes. That's foolish. Foolish talk. How dare you? Okay. On to bag 15 of 27. It's a decent size. I'll give her that. Okay. Let's see if we can do it this way this time. The problem with the other way is that I lean too far back. My bag is like, absolutely not. You can't do that. That's not a comfortable position to be in. To not move. So that the instructions don't move. It's a hot mess. Is that brown or dark? It's a cap. Where's the cap? There's one. There's the other one. Oh, where's the little pieces causing you problems? I considered, because it has been probably decades since I watched the episodes of One Piece that this live action is going to be, I actually thought about for a second, maybe I should watch it. You know, go back and watch it, because I don't remember exactly what point they're at. I know they did 100 episodes in season 1, and I really feel like you probably could do that or more, depending on the seasons, because you can do stuff so much faster in the live action versus the anime version. Also, just pacing wise, anime likes to just sit in it. Like it's not that the pacing is terrible, but they spend more time on stuff that you don't necessarily need to spend time on. Like they can adapt it in a way that'll make it work. This one goes here. This is a weird thing. This one. Mm-hmm. It's supposed to be a 3, not a 2. And this one. So, I guess I'm hoping that this new season will be just like the last, and that the essence of all the new characters comes up really well in just a small introduction, because they really did nail that last time. Like how you learned so much about the characters in such a small amount of time. Like they were fairly well established that you could just get onto the story. And they already, did the backstory for all of them. So that's super helpful. But I don't know. I cross fingers, hope for the best. I think that's probably the only show I'm really looking forward to this year. I don't know. I don't really keep track of that stuff so much anymore. I know there's lots of great movies. Well, there's lots of movies that are supposed to come out this year. They're supposed to be good. Well, have the potential of being good. But yet again, I look at them like, I don't know. I only go see one movie in the theater a year usually. So will it be more than that? Probably not. Probably not. As always, the problem with that is they come out on streaming so quickly. Like, why take the time to spend your money to go see it in the theater? Unless it's an eye candy movie or one you don't want to be spoiled, because, if you're on the internet, they're going to tell you the whole entire plot. Even if you put effort into it, because you will most than likely, even if you don't want to watch it right away, you'll have expressed some sort of interest in the movie, TV show, whatever. And so the algorithm will just feed you news articles about it. Like, hey, you're interested in this. I'm like, yeah, but I didn't want to get spoiled. But thanks, buddy. Thanks. Because there's so much temptation, things to look at. Like, for Stranger Things, I didn't really want to watch it, the final season, that much. But I knew that the commentary channels that I watched were going to be watching it right away, and then we were going to be going into it and ripping it apart. I knew that if I watched them first, that would make me even less motivated to watch it than I was already, which was pretty bad. So I had to force myself to watch it right away as they came out. That and, oh my gosh, not even remotely close to right. Keeping up with it made it so that you didn't have to watch as much in one sitting. It also helps that the episodes weren't nearly as long as they claimed they were going to be, because they kept saying that in season 2, a lot of the episodes were an hour and a half long or longer. I know the finale was 2 hours long. It could have been 1. You really did stretch that out. This is what happens when nobody is there to say, hey, you need to cut some of this stuff. You're dragging ass. We're like, well, we need to give each actor everything they wanted. No. They're there to do, right? They're there to act the script that you want them to, that you wrote for them. They're just supposed to be doing what you wrote for them. The fact that you couldn't be bothered to write anything for them, well, then that's your problem. That's your fault. I don't know why you're doing that, but whatever. Okay, in the frame. I don't know why I keep putting it in the frame and then putting the sticker. Don't you put that on there. I gotta get the sticker first. Where's the sticker? It's the chef's hat. Had by all. Oh, that is crooked. Oh, temp 2. Yeah, it's exactly crooked in the same way. Next. Where do you fail? Stickers. I fail at stickers. You know. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But, oh, I don't know. That, quite honestly, the thing I've been watching the most, the thing I recommend, I just go to YouTube and I just scroll through and see what free movies they have on there. Like, it's not really, between that and Tubi, you can get a lot of decent movies and TV shows and stuff for free. How is that for? Oh, it's because this one goes here, smarty. Probably helps put them in the right space, huh? No? Maybe? No? Maybe look at the picture before you put it on there? I've been watching, because it's the holiday season, it's time to watch the sappy, crappy Hallmark movies and their cheaper knockoff cousins. And the sheer amount. Oh, did my thing blip? So annoying. Okay. I guess my internet went in and out. At what point did it go in and out? I don't know. When I was talking about Hallmark movies, it was like, how dare you say such a thing? How dare you admit that you watch them? Well, sometimes you're in the mood for crappy movies and television. And, for better or worse, they do exactly what you expect them to do. No more, no less. So, why gamble on random hot mess when you can go for something that at very least is going to do exactly what you expect it to do? I mean, I say that, and a lot of them, you'll watch the beginning and you're like, yeah, I can't do this plot. I don't. It's really bad. There's some really bad ones out there, but which I did enjoy. One of the React channels I watch, they apparently had an annual thing that I didn't know that they had, which was to watch trailers for crappy holiday movies. And it was fairly entertaining to watch them as their souls died as they watched the trailers for movies. And apparently there was a Netflix movie where the lady lost her job at Christmas. And she wanted, her daughter was, I guess, a very good snowboarder or something. And this fancy hotel had a great snowboarding program, like for the holidays. And so what she did, oh, that's really great. The way she got her child in to get half off the snowboarding competition was to dress up as Santa Claus and act like she was Santa Claus. Like, I don't understand why it needed to go that deep, but whatever. But she got her friends to make her a Santa Claus suit. I'm like, how much does that cost? You spent all this time, money, and effort to dress up as Santa Claus, and then, of course, she meets a guy when she's dressed up as Santa Claus. And then hilarity ensues because she has to still pretend like she's Santa. Look, I don't understand, honestly, why would they care? As long as you were a good Santa, do you think they would care you were actually a girl? Like, you're not really Santa Claus. That's not the problem. Like, why do we care? Like, what are they going to do? Fire you because you dressed up as Santa Claus to get a discount on snowboarding lessons? Like, it's really ridiculous. I mean, I guess also it's a job that you can use to pay your bills. as well as get the discount. But it's just the amount of effort. I can't imagine that all those prosthetics and stuff that she wears is cheap enough that it justifies all the effort. I don't know. But I was like, man, we really did scrape the bottom of the barrel with Netflix. I had never even seen previews of that one, but that looked ridiculous. Just horrible. And it had the guy from, he was in Blacklist, and he played a bad guy. God knows. I think that's the only thing. You know what? He was in some doctor show on NBC. I think he had like a brain tumor or something. He was dying. Like, I only watched like 2 episodes of it. I don't remember the name of that one either. See, this is my great descriptions of it. I nailed it. You now know exactly who I was talking about. Of course you do. But yeah, it looks absolutely horrible. But if you have Netflix, you might want to check it out because your soul may die. But at least you can be mildly entertained. I don't know if entertained is the correct word for that, but it's just going to be just watch in shock and disbelief. Just stare at it. Just stare at it. Okay. This is going to be one of the sides of the ship. Page 16. A couple years ago, I watched a TV show. It's called Moving. It's from Korea. Really good. Really good. It's a show about 2 generations of people that have superpowers and how they navigate the world. You know, when you have people wanting to use you and for nefarious purposes and things like that. Like, how do you live your life with that? Now you're just but the person that wrote that show, which I really enjoyed, he actually originally it's based on the webtoon that he wrote as well, and the webtoon is not the first one in that universe. So he likes to when he creates stories, he likes to have crossover. So I would assume, honestly, that all of his stories cross over at some point. Like, they're all connected. They're all in one connected universe. You don't really need to know. Well, it depends. Like, so even though there's crossover between them, it's not that you really need to. I already have 3, so we've already done that. Stop looking for something. No, you still need a 4. Crap. You don't necessarily need to read the other ones. So the first one in that universe is a completely different genre than Moving. So the first one in the universe is called Timing, and it is a mystery thriller type thing, versus the other one is a mystery thriller crime type thing. And then the other one is, oh gosh, I can't even, it's a superhero show. I'm just going to say that. Not quite, but they're all about human characters that you can identify with and care for. And I finally got around to reading the Timing because it's part of the same world. I was like, let's see what this is. And Timing was adapted into an anime, but the anime is not available in English and anywhere that I can find, which is weird because usually you should be able to find it in English in this day and age. But tis what it is. It is only 33 chapters long. I actually had to Google it to find out what they call each issue or whatever, each release of webtoon. Because I don't think they're the full length of what a comic would be if you were to buy a physical comic. I don't think it's the same length. I think they're shorter. Yet again, I honestly don't know. It might depend on the release itself, but I think they're shorter. So it is only 33 issues. It's fairly short, but it's a full story. It introduces 4 characters, all with timing powers, and it's able to set up the whole premise, all the characters in the first 4 chapters. So in chapter 1, it introduces you to a girl who has the power to foresee up to, there we go, 10 minutes into the future. So she basically has narcolepsy. So when she goes to sleep for 10 minutes, when she wakes up, she's seen the future up at that point. And the problem she has, like always with time powers, even though you saw the future, nobody's ever going to believe you. So she's going to try to save them. They never believe her. She always fails. So she gets to watch people die twice, which is, oodles of fun had by all. But she's genuinely miserable because she just keeps watching people die over and over again. It's just a depressing way to be. Like, you have no control over it with narcolepsy. You're just going to fall asleep. Obviously, they have drugs, but whatever. She's just going to, it's not true narcolepsy because she's seeing the future. So she has that, and at the end of, that's her chapter, is introducing her trying to save somebody, failing, being depressed and miserable. And at the very end of the last panel, it has her standing in the rain, looking up at something in horror. Like, you can tell, it's whatever she's looking at, it's really bad. It's not good, whatever it may be. So then you go to the second character, which is a person who has the ability to rewind time 10 seconds. So if he sees something terrible, he's got 10 seconds to rewind back. So he's married with a kid that's less than a year old. And he leaves to go to work. And he turns back around, or he had just turned back around, whichever, sees his wife and child in the window waving goodbye, and then an explosion happens and blows them out of the window. So there's a gas explosion, I think, whatever. I don't know if you know at that point, but that's what it was. The explosion, it blows them out of the window. They live in the second or third floor. So he gets to watch his wife and child get blow out the window and then land on the paved concrete, ground on the road and go splat. Seriously, go splat. It's pretty horrific. So he, rewinds time 10 seconds and runs as fast as he can to try to go back to catch his child, because you can't prevent them from being blown out of the window. There's nothing you can do about that. But he's hoping to catch the baby, but he can't run fast enough, so has to just keep watching his child hit the ground over and over and over and over and over again until he can't run anymore. And, he looks over his wife who's laying on the ground near her child, where she's looking at him as she dies, like, did the baby live? And that's it, and that's the end. So he's a wee bit traumatized for some reason that really affected him in a way he couldn't, 10 seconds. What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Yet again, there's limitations to his powers. You can't do anything about it. Like, it's just a crapshoot. Also, a horrible backstory. Really sad for him. Which, in the anime, because I did watch up to that introduction, they edited it. So in the anime, it has his wife holding the baby as they fall to the ground. But in the webtoon, the wife is not holding the baby. The baby is flying by itself. And you get to watch it hit the ground, read it, hit the ground over and over and over again. It's really bad. This is not for children. It's not for kids. But so you watch that one. Then the third kid is a high schooler. I don't remember how old he is, but he is in high school of whatever age, and he has the ability to stop time by snapping his fingers. So he does what any high schooler would do. He stops time by snapping his fingers, and then he goes and steals the test answers. He goes and looks and memorizes them or steals them or whatever so that he can pass his test. I don't remember if at this point it explains the limitations of his powers, but I'm going to tell him anyways. His limitation is that because he stops time, it stops everything, including oxygen, for whatever reason. I mean, it kind of makes sense in a weird way, but because it stops the oxygen molecules, like it stops everything, he can't really overexert himself because there's limited oxygen in the air. So he will literally run out. So it's like you're high up on a mountain. You're in high altitude. There's barely any oxygen, so you can't really run or anything like that. So he has to be slow and steady. So he can't run anywhere. That is his limitation. That's going to hold him back. Obviously, this is going to come into effect later. But so these are all their powers. Is what we're doing. I am missing that piece there. So, oh, I skipped the. So for him as well as the other guy that could rewind time 10 seconds, they are also standing outside in the night, in the rain, looking up at something in a horror. Like they're all looking at something bad. And then our fourth person has the ability to have premonitions about catastrophes. So not just any events, tragic, catastrophic events. That's what she predicts. So she, is not keen to have this power, but she inherited it because, how does that sit in there like that? That's not right. Like that's one over. Is this one over? No. How is that? Is that one? Ding, 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 ding. We're all one over. Well, like, what are we doing wrong here? So she inherited because she's a family of shamans. Like this is just, an inherited power in the family. But she hasn't come to accept it yet. She doesn't really like it for whatever reason. But at the very end, she has a premonition of this catastrophe. And then she's standing out in the rain. Everybody's standing next to her. They're all in a line looking up. And they're at the school because she is a teacher in the school the kid is in. And there's a whole line of students standing on the roof of the school like they're going to jump. So the setup is, okay, a catastrophe is about to happen. All these kids are going to die. We need to figure out why they're jumping and save them. So she doesn't know any of these people, but she needs to figure out what the heck is going on and how to figure this out. So as she's having this dream with these people that she doesn't know, looking up at the students from their school, trying to figure out what's going on, where's this one? Did I miss that too? I'm really paying attention to everything. Just like, I need to figure this out. So the guy who has the ability to go back in time 10 seconds turns over, looks at her in her dream and says, hey, you need to remember this. This is important. You have to remember this. And then she wakes up. And that's the end of chapter 4 of 33 of trying to save these kids. Which, it was a great hook to have 4 chapters that's, like to hook you in, introduce you to all these characters and get you ready to figure out how they're going to save these people. And it also, not only is it a mystery versus the other ones aren't, it also, there's 4, really? How does it connect like that? It's going to fall off. The 5th character does not have a time power because there is a 5th one. He's death. So death is not in moving. So they don't really have, even though they have superpowers in moving, it's not supernatural per se, versus this one is a mystery thriller, supernatural, like death is here, something's weird's happening. Like this is very much, moving is a whole entire world of people with superpowers versus timing is just set in this high school, which the high school is in moving. It is one of the locations in the show. So it does exist in their world too. But why did I keep beeping at me? Stupid thing. But it's oodles of fun. Did we skip one? Stop. Pay attention to your instructions. Don't mess this up, kid. But it's such an interesting thing to look into. That and one of the characters in timing does have a cameo in moving. But I think timing takes place a couple years before moving happens, at least. Because that's why he shows up in the, as a cameo. I'll say that. I'm going to ruin it for you. In the show. But it's also a little bit interesting because you have That was already put there. Like, why is this a thing? Why are we here? I don't know. I'm just yelling at the Lego set. It's fine. It's fine. But I was so surprised. I've been waiting forever. I knew that the author does a great job of writing characters that you will identify and care about and root for. And, you'll understand, they're human people. They all have their flaws, their baggage. Obviously the guy that rewinds time 10 seconds, he got to watch his wife and child die over and over and over again. He's obviously not keen to use them again or help them in any way, shape, or form. It is your standard plot with things like that, getting people to use their powers when they really don't want to for whatever reason. There's obviously 100% justified. You can't really blame him. But the way they go about getting him to help and figure it out, like, it's insane. Like, they go in, everybody's, but it has a lot of great, both the TV show and the webtoon. It's about bringing out the best in people and doing the best that you can and doing what's right, even when it is hard. And even when there might be dire consequences, even if your life is at stake, doing what's right in the end, no matter what. It was great. It's definitely a page turner. It's one of those things. Once you get into it, you're like, we're gonna need to finish this. I want to know what happens. But because it's only 33 chapters long, it's fairly short. I'd say it only take a couple hours to get through. I mean, it's fairly interesting. It's the first Kangful webtoon I'd ever read or looked at. Like, I haven't even looked at Moving. I stopped myself when I watched the TV show while it was on air because I didn't want to get spoiled. I wanted to have that experience through the TV show. But because I know timing's not going to get adapted because it is so different from Moving in genre-wise, it'll just be jarring. Although it does make me, I look at that and I was like, that's what you should have done with Star Wars and other, if you want to make a whole entire world, if you want to make TV shows, you could do different aspects of that world. They don't have to be all the same. Is that, oh, that is that. Darn it, people. I can't see what it is. But I enjoyed it so much. But then I was like, you can't read anything else. Although I'm pretty sure, you know what? I can't say that either because I don't have spoilers. I don't want to say what happens. But yeah, I did in fact cry when I read Timing. It was pretty intense. It was, I cared about the characters. That's all I can say on that one. But it was an interesting thing. Although it does beg the question, Timing and Moving. I think the next one after Moving is Bridge, and then the one after that, the characters from Timing and Moving team up together. So how does that work? You haven't introduced them yet, and do you bring death into it? Like, how do you? That's complicated. That's something that's not really addressed in Moving at all. Like, that's a whole aspect of the world that makes it far more complicated. Although shamans and things like that, supernatural stuff like that, that's in Korean culture. That's not new per se. That's much more accepted for them, and something that's common in their stories. But I don't know how you're gonna pull that one off. But the good news is, the writer of the webtoon writes the show. So, or at the very least, co-writes it. I'm pretty sure he's the writer of the show. Does a great job. So for Moving, it's broken up into 3 parts. The first part is in modern times, where you're just introducing it. Everybody's in hiding. Nobody's using their powers. They're all acting like they're normal people. So the problem with this is, obviously, you want to really hook people in. And if you have a show with people with superpowers, you want to watch them use it. So he was smart enough to know this was something you're going to want to do. So he just brought a character in from a later season and introduced him here to let you to have a supernatural fight, a superpowered fight in every single episode, which is pretty cool. I mean, that, and it is a character that's from this world. It is a story that's in his world. So it does count. Like, it's not like it has no purpose. in the show whatsoever. It wasn't to hook you in to make you want to come back, because obviously he's a later character, so his story's not going to be resolved in moving. But it's to get people engaged in the show and let them know what's coming later. Well, because obviously in the later part of it, there's more superpowered fights and things like that to hook you in. Like, he was smart enough to know, that would engage people more than this. Like, it worked out. Okay, these hook on together. Do they now? Like this? Okay. Sure. But it's, that, unfortunately, with moving, they made that without any guaranteed second season or anything like that, which is fine. That's not the end of the world. But the problem with that is, once you get the green light for another season, which they did, it's going to be, 3 years before your next season is going to come out, because you got to pre-production it, you got to write all the scripts, you got to get those done, you got to nail down all the cast that's coming back for the new season, and get all your casting done for the new characters, get all that in, and then shoot it in all the special effects because of the superpowers. They do try to do practical in some aspects, but obviously, depending on the person's superpowers, the person that can fly, that's not, you can put them on the rig and whatnot, and pull them up and whatnot. But you still, where does this one go? Okay. It's like, I can't even tell where this one is. But it still is going to be complicated. I look forward to it, and I know that the author is a really great author that likes to write human stories, which I also need to watch. Light, I think that's what it's called. It's something along those lines, which is great googly moogly. I don't know if I've ever. Where's that one at? Is it this way? Oh, I was going to say, we are on the wrong side. I was like, I don't understand. I don't have any of that color. Never mind. Like this? But does it go this way? How does that work out? That's not right. Oh no, did you put that in wrong? Frelin is mana. Can you talk and put Legos together at the same time? Well, yeah, sure. No, not really. There we go. There we go. There. How's that one? No? Backwards. This way? Maybe? There we go. I have skills. Great and immense skills. It's the small things. This one. And then the wanted poster. Who's the wanted person? For Kuro. The cat guy. Okay. And we are missing one piece. Where is it? No, it's not on this side. Not on that side either. I'm missing that one. Aww. At least I'm consistent. I just don't recognize that one in this at all. Oh, never mind. I recognize it now. I'm on top of things. It's the map that's on the wall. I have great skills. I know you're disappointed in me. Okay, so now I gotta flip him because he's the wrong way. Always remember to pick him up from the bottom. Oh. I say that and I knock something off. In my defense, I mean, I have skills, okay? Great on immense skills. Okay, how does this connect together? It goes in this way. It doesn't just click, right? It has something that connects it down there too. No, nothing. Okay. It just clicks on there. 2 pieces, clicking it together. Are you insane? Okay. It's all right. Okay. Bag 17. I assume we're going back the other way. Yeah. Baratie in the front side. An hour 4 of 47. Okay. 17. 27. Anytime I look at it, I'm like, oh, look, it doesn't have a bunch of small pieces. Aren't we excited? Oh, this one. Is it top? Okay. Yeah. Here it is. I got it. And one of those. One of. Huh. Skills, kids. Skills. You know, if you put the one on the outside in first, you wouldn't have to count to make sure you did it right the other way, no? Maybe? Sort of? No? Okay. Okay. This one goes here. And then it goes this way. Here. I think it looks like it has an empty space. Yes. And then 2 of those. There. And then that one. It's so rare nowadays to find something so engaging as timing that you just get sucked in. Usually, you know, you have something mindless on in the background, but you're not really entirely paying attention, nor do you, you know, really care. You end up not really remembering, you know, not really caring if you remember what happened at the end of it. It's just background noise if you're playing on your phone or whatever, which, you know, had it been more engaging where, you know, you couldn't play on your phone because you needed to pay attention, that'd be great. But the problem is it's not that engaging. It's just kind of boring. it exists. But besides that, you're just kind of left chilling. The whole point of the show is to not only be entertained, but engaged. Maybe even teach you a nice lesson. I mean, nowadays they do try to teach you a lesson, but it's more of a you should definitely think this way. Not giving you a sound argument why. Not giving you engaging characters. Yet again, Stranger Things. They killed a lot of people, and there was never any moment of, oh my gosh, I just killed somebody. It was all, yeah, look at all those people I just killed. Like, those were human beings you just clipped out. Unless you have, even if you have lots of training, you should have that moment after the fact where, like, oh my gosh, I just took someone's life. What if they had a family? What if they had, a wife, kids? Especially in this scenario, if you left them in the upside down, would their family ever know what happened to them? You try to live under that, oh, they were evil, whatever, but were they? I don't know. Like, how can you possibly know that? You have no idea. This goes right here. Okay, let's see how this sits. Like this. Does it sit on top of? No, does it sit here? Okay. Uh-oh. Don't worry, it's just Nami. She'll be fine. We'll fix her later. Okay. Well, and it'll lock that together now. But no, they don't have those questions. They don't talk about those things. Instead, they have a entire discussion about why they don't want to be. Discussion as they think they're about to die, to tell each other that they don't want to be together forever. Like, they don't want to, they don't want to get married. They don't want to. Like, if you thought you were legit gonna die, why would you reject a person and tell them, no, I never want to be with you? Why do you think that's what they need to know before they die? Like, that's depressing as hell. Like, now we're never, like, I don't know if that's really necessary. You might want to wait until after you survive to be like, hey, I really don't want to be with you. Like, what if that was their only will to survive and live? What if that was it? That's all they had. Yeah, it might have been a lie, but you might want to tell them it's a lie after they live. Not before they're about to go to their possible doom. I mean, I know nobody can die in that show, but you might want to know, maybe, a little bit. Whatever. I mean, obviously, you don't care. You're not going to be with him forever. She's never shown anything that shows that she cares about him in any way, shape, or form. She's just been doing whatever. We don't want to hold her back. She needs to be an independent woman. Which is a ridiculous thing. This whole, you can't possibly achieve anything and be a successful woman if you're in a relationship. That's a toxic way to look at the world. Like that, and to say that if you're in a relationship with a man when you're successful, that takes away from your success. Why? Doesn't it just show that you're successful in a relationship as well? Like, I mean, maybe. With all these things, obviously, one never knows. To outside, it might look like you're successful. How am I supposed to know if you're happy or not? I don't know. That's not for me to know. But still, right before we're about to possibly die, I never want to be with you. What? That's not. Oh, it looks curved, but it's not. It's fine. It's fine. Like, by the way, I don't want to ever see you again. Wait, what? It's a wee bit cold-hearted, Nancy. A little bit cold-hearted, but okay, sure. Take away his will to live. That's not right. Like it was not direct. Man, oh, neither's that. At some point, we're going to get it right. I promise. And then this one goes here. How about that? Does that look right? Yes. Skills. Skills. Much higher than expected. But okay. And this one goes here. Such a weird group. Yeah. Shimmy him closer to see if he's in there or not. Because it's such a long piece and you're putting it, this one's not in. Sit. Stay. Okay, there we go. $18. Almost looks done with book 3 too. $18 of 27. There's little pieces in this one. Here's the rest of them. Oh, he's got a peg leg. Interesting. Here's this piece. That's his hair. Here's his thing. Where's his head? There he is. His head done ran away. There's our chef with his peg leg. Okay. Should be the last one bag for this one. Oh no. I'm like, oh, we get to put all the extra pieces on this whole entire thing. I'm definitely going to be able to spot these. No, I'm not. This one goes here. This is a, where does this piece go? Extravaganza. What could possibly go wrong? This one. Which side is the, oh, this way. And then this one. Three of these. Oh no. Oh, it ran. And the last one is here. Sit. Here we go. Next is the those two. One black, one bowl, one y'all, and one of these. Beep. Don't you run away from me. Go. 6 of these. Jeez. Can we get it? No, we cannot. There we go. Can we get it? No, we cannot. That's the end of this one? Oh, it's on here. I was going to say, how does that work out? The angle of that one's a wee bit hard. Up or down? Flat or? Okay. Because one side is curved, one side is not. You can see how it's flat on that side. It's not on that one. If I just keep asking it, it'll eventually tell me which way it goes. Because that is a significant difference, and it does matter. I assume it matters. It matters to me as long as I recognize that it's supposed to be that way. I mean, clearly, I'm so observant. I never mess anything up. I don't know what you're talking about. Except for that one time. I'm going to read. Where's the other one? There it is. Like that. And then at least they're nice enough for the small, the 1x1 circle. They actually put the you can see it has the stick. It has the stickerish thing on it already. Like I don't have to do that because I don't have those skills. We're not doing it. Oh, it's a phone. Okay. One of these. Especially for these, you really need to make sure that you're, that's not what I wanted. Great googly moogly. 10% rule. Okay. You're really paying attention and you're putting, you're getting all the pieces in the instructions in your hands before you start to put them in. When you're putting them in this way, because it's so hard to find them in general. If you're not holding them all in your hand at that time, it's much easier, especially for me, to have completely missed it and then have to go back and fix it later because I just don't know. because you're putting in the random finishing touches on this thing right now, so it's kind of hard to get all that in there and make sure that you have it all unless you get it into your hand first. I give this big long speech knowing full well it is entirely likely that when I get to the end I'll have missed something and I'll have to go back for it later. That's pretty much how it works out. That's fine. That's fine. It'll be okay. Okay. A spinny thing. This one, and the upside down flower. I have no idea what any of this stuff is doing. No, it's not upside down. Oh no, maybe the flower itself is upside down. I mean, the thing is. Nailed it. Okay. And this one goes here. What is this thing? Oh, is it the phone? Or is it a chair? I don't know. Not my problem. Next. Great. Next page. These. Then, so far, hopefully continuously, this one doesn't have a lot of tiny pieces, which is the bane of my existence. I can't stand them. I don't like them. Okay. This one goes here. Here. That's an extra piece. That is the extra beard. A lot of times they will also have extras for the characters, which is helpful. Right there. Okay. This one. moving on. We can do this. Lots of little pieces. That is book 2 done. Book 3 has 195 pages. Of 27. Uh-oh. Are we going to flip this around? Oh. I just don't know how this clicks together. Does it click on something? No. No. I just knocked a character off. Neither here nor there. Not a problem, not a problem. I just don't know if that's connects to something or how that sits in there. Like if it's supposed to... I'll come back to that later. Okay. Stop playing with it. Next. This is too much of an angle for me. There we go. It's better for the camera. It's mixed up. And the goblin. There we go. Close. Next up, this one. Where's this one go? Here. Oh, shoot. This one goes here. Moving on up the steps. Skills. Amazing, amazing skills. Oh. Stop throwing the piece everywhere. That would be helpful. Yes. This one. 3. Bag 20 of 27. Oh no, how many is this? 3, 6, 9, 10. 5 and 5. Just make sure whatever surface you do Legos on, that like this one, this has the indent in it so it can't run away. Because Lego pieces, just like any puzzle piece, have a tendency to run away, skid away, they can slide. That way you can push it around and it's not going to push it off the table or anything along that line. It just makes it more contained. Now, obviously, when you pour it out, you could miss. Having done so numerous times, it's entirely possible. Maybe you are more exact in your dispensing of it, but I clearly am not. So that's on me. But if that is the case, you just need to be careful of that. But I still highly recommend to save yourself a little bit to do it that way. As I just still banging this thing out. I disconnected, connected again? What is wrong with this stupid thing? I love technology. At what point, if you're watching this, you'll be like, yeah, it skipped. My bad. I'm sorry. I didn't notice. Like, I do look up and check every once in a while. Clearly, it's quiet. But, all my many views that I get, not really. I would assume that if anybody does watch this video, most likely they just go to the end to look at the ship to see what it looks like from different angles and maybe get my feedback on it, maybe. But besides that, most of them will not watch through me putting it together, which is fine. That's to be expected. This is just me doing what I love. And also, it's a great way if you're online too long and you watch too much content and whatnot, to force yourself to not do it. I mean, instead you just force yourself to talk about stuff by yourself. That's two totally different things. Totally different things. But I don't know. Lego streams are the most popular thing I have. So for obvious reasons. It's not that I'm surprised by that, but, you know, tis what it is. I just like, I've been doing a lot of pick picks puzzles lately. So I'm not going to stream those because they're super boring. And also, I don't know how I could, while also paying attention to make sure if anybody actually shows up and asks questions about it. That would fall under the type of puzzle you really just want to, maybe record it and then speed it up and post it to show a time progression of me just putting it together. Because it does take, I did one that was 180 by, I think it was 180 by 160 or something. It was 180 by 100 maybe. It was gigantic. It took 8 hours, I think, to do it. I did it and I wasn't happy with my time, and I was like, you should be able to do better. Where did you get stuck? But the problem with it is you inevitably always get stuck. Oh, that's not the right spot. So, I don't really know. It's an inevitable thing. You're going to get stuck and bogged down on time no matter what you do. So I only was able to do it all of 30 minutes faster. But it wasn't a huge difference, but I really did enjoy it. But the problem is you get used to doing the big ones, and then you're like, I don't want to do a small one anymore. I'm like, well, great. There's only one of those available. It's really bad on the eyes, honestly. That's why I generally don't do them that much, is that they burn my eyes out. They just eye strain of staring at your screen. Oh, son of a bitch. Staring at your screen for that long. Where's the piece that flew away? Let's see how this goes together. Come here. Come here. On the same piece. Okay. So this one goes here. And this goes here. Okay. And then this piece goes here. Here we go. But that's why I've not been diligent in streaming as often as I should. Because, what little momentum I do have, I kill every time I don't stream every week. But, jigsaw puzzles don't really do it for a lot of people. So, 'tis what it is. I do have I have a horrible one that will be just soul crushing, and then I've got that was given to me as a gift from the same person who gave me this. Ain't that the way that works? But she got it as a white elephant gift type thing, so it's not like she really wanted it. We both looked at it and said, "Oh no, this is gonna be it's not a pretty picture." I admit, general rule for jigsaw puzzles is that it has to be something you want to look at for the amount of time it's going to take to put it together, and it doesn't look that something you want to stare at for that long. But that has just been so long. Logistics of doing a 2,000-piece puzzle, the space it takes up. Technically, I could put it together on the puzzle table that I got, because that would fit, but because it is big enough to fit a 2,000-piece puzzle, but it's just so annoying, and I'd have to rejig. I don't know. I will get to it. I will do it. I will stream it eventually. I'd probably do the 1,000-piece puzzle first, and then the other one later. That and jigsaw puzzles is kind of one of those things. I'm sure everybody has it. You have that thing you like. Every once in a while you'll go out of it, and you're like, yeah, I'm not really keen to do it right now. Why? I'm just not feeling it. Whatever reason. I'm just not. Maybe it'll, obviously, usually the thing that'll trigger it to going back to being something you want to do is just doing one. But why would I do such a thing? That goes here. Yeah. One more. This one. There we go. Yep. Six. 1Z. And this one. Oh, it really was this one. On fence, they look exactly the same. Exactly the same. Where's the other one? It's right there. And then 3, long one, 2 little ones, 1 weird halvesy thingy. L, that one, and that one. Oodles are fun. Oodles. This one. And we just keep putting them on there. Never ending slog. sticker. Oh, we only got 2 stickers left. Watch as I dedicate. Oh, I put it on there. It was beautiful. Not really. Okay, what do we get? Ah, great. We have 2. This is my second Monkey D. Luffy one. Seriously, I have 2 of the same one. Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot. I mean, yay. I mean, well, that's why it's random. Okay. And it sits like this. Does it not go in? Or just go straight? This is not. Okay. Okay. So then the question is, we're just going to spin this. Does this one also have a connector? Oh. I don't think it does, honestly. Because it has this, but I don't think it has anything that connects it to. Which is disappointing, but alas, here we are. So weird. Okay. But I at least got that one connected. And then I got 4 of these that go onto here. Although, how they close those from the outside, don't ask such questions. 21 kids. Okay. I'm going to just do 21. Okay. 21 of 27, so we've got 7 left. Okay. 2 long ones. Oh, I need 2 of those. Even better. Okay. Like that. And then, nope. This one. That's not the right one. There's this one. Alright, we still have the whole top of the... Oh, shit. What's the ship to go together? Interesting. Okay. Okay. I really wanted to go together. And by that I mean, no, it did not. It did not want to go together. We made it happen. Is that a black one or is it brown? Brown. I didn't get the one. Nope. Went on the wrong one. I was too busy looking at the next step to make sure it was on the right one. Interesting. Is that? Yeah, that's supposed to be there. So I assume that's right. Easier said than done, huh? Here's the wedge. This one. Pretty coolly moving. There's that one. Two of these. And we're definitely getting towards the end. I mean, I say that, and I know I saw that. So we haven't started on yet. I mean, how long could that take? Is this backwards? Yes. Well done, kids. Well done. Okay. One wedge. Oh, same as last time? Yes. Next step the other way. Mm-hmm. Yeet. Here we go. Oh gosh. This one? There we go. Great Googly movie. Where are these? No. We're at the Where's Waldo stage of the Where's the Lego go? I don't know. It's gigantic. Look for the Spider-Thon. It gave me. It pointed that one out. I was like, you're never gonna find it, sucker. These two go. Well, okay. This one. Where does this one go? Oh. Okay. You're never gonna find it, sucker. There's a little arrow over there for you. 22. Look at all those tiny pieces. Yay. 22 of 27, an hour 5 mark. Well, we've not actually finished it by 6 hours. Ain't that what we're striving for? Do not fall underneath here. I'll never find you. Okay. This one. I'm supposed to put Hamepo together with his awesome, oh, he's got two faces. His awesome hair. Hamepo. I don't think he has that. Nope. But it is Hamepo that's walking across the bottom to tell us. So the bottom shows that we're right here on the process of this book. That's where we're at. In case you were curious. Okay. Oh, did it go somewhere? It did. It says it goes right here. How? Oh, right here. There we go. Okay. It's slightly amusing that I remember Helmeppo's name, but not some of the other ones. Uh-oh. I mean, it's been a little bit since I watched it, okay? Now it goes here. Doesn't it go this way, maybe? Shouldn't this go here? This needs to go this way. See, I still think it needs to... I'm gonna... back to the part where it's not this one. Let's see if it tells us to do anything besides when it connects those together. It doesn't really show that, but I still think it needs to, in order for this one to connect in there, this has to be back this way. It's too far out. Something's not right then. I probably should have left that one. Don't knock something. Stupid mermaids. Like, what do we keep knocking off? The mermaids. I keep knocking the mermaids off. Put all my characters over here. Let's see this one more time. Let's see what this is. Good news is I keep knocking off the same exact piece every time. So I just wonder, this one needs to go in. That's in my way. But I just wonder if one of these what's hitting it that's not going in. There. She's stuck forever now, kids. What did I change? Absolutely nothing. That's right. Stupid mermaids. Well, I tried to pick it up by the middle, as you're supposed to do. Like, don't pick it up from the side. I mean, it is connected. It should be relatively fine. You just don't want to put too much stress on it, honestly. Okay. Here, there. Okay, this book. Okay. Back to Helmeppo and his long quest. I locked it in there and it fell out. We will. You know, I mean, I could say I was surprised. I'm really not. I have complete faith in my ability to mess that up. But we will fix it. Great love in our hearts. We will fix it. Because I feel like it's got to go together. I just don't know what's hitting incorrectly that's making it not want to. Okay. There's those two. Next. Black. This one. That's not the right thing. Where's the other? It's supposed to be 3 back. There we go. And this one is next to this one. Let's try to put the two same sides together. Nailed it. Just nailed it. Okay. Where is it? Oh. I have the skills. No, I do not. Nope, not really. I need to make 2 of these. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And then, that's not the right one. This one. And then 2 of these. 2 of these. These. Where is it supposed to be? Oh. And these 2 have the stickers on them. I completely forgot that these stickers exist because they look like nothing. And I assume they go on the back end of this thingy. And then the dowel goes in the ass up to the top. And then, now, so it was the top that was in the way, but now it's stuck in there like it's supposed to. One of these was up there. So while I was looking at the other thing, mad that I have to flip it around. Spin it. Spin it. So in case you have that problem, you just gotta look underneath all the ridges that come out. They're not ridges, but whatever they are that's sticking out. You need to look at them and check and see which one's in the way. Because one of them's in the way. Where does it stick to? It's under here next to this? Like to what? I don't understand what we're sticking to. Oh, does it stick to the thing? Okay. It sticks to this? To this one? And this one? It can't stick to that one. It's not deep enough. Unless you... Oh, my bad. Here. Stick it in deeper. There we go. Okay, kid. Rule of thumb for this one, you got to stick it in as far as you can. If you got to put it upside down and push it into the thing, that's what you're going to need to do to make those stick, because it's not going to go in all the way on top. Because why would it? That's how we roll. So that is the end of those stickers. So I will just put those right there for now. Okay. So then I got 4 of these, 1 of these, 2 of these. I am all over the place. This is far too close. But, you know, with any Lego set build, it's all a matter of, you know, figuring out there's something not right. I knew, you know, having edges that go back at an angle, that they usually click in. I just couldn't figure out why it wasn't. But now that we've done that, it's all good. Extras. 23 of 27. Nope. That wonderful pattern as it runs away. Okay. That's not the right one. Son of a bitch. No. So we're starting to build the top because this can't possibly be the side. It's got too much stuff on it. Here's that one. 2. Okay. So 1. Is that another one of those that I can never find? Probably. Yes. There it is. This one. I just did that one all backwards, but that's fine. As long as it ends the same, it's fine. It's fine. Yep. That is the thing, that attachment on top. Finally started to recognize it. It's just backwards, maybe? I don't know. Who am I to question how this thing goes? Every time I find that one piece, I'm like, oh, that's the last one I have of those. No, it isn't. You just keep finding more. This one. Oh. No. Oh. I was going to say, like, no, you need an extra piece. Yes. Oh, for God's sakes, that didn't go in. Yeah, you missed this one right here. There you go. Not hard. Little ladders in there. Where did this go? Did you make one of these and not put it in somewhere? And then started another one? Or did it fall off? It fell off. Problem solved. Like this way? Fell off. Okay. And then the next one is 4 of these. Two. 1 goblet. No idea what that is. Random piece I've never seen before. This thingy. One of those clear thingies. Flame. This piece. Long one. Weird. What is it? I don't know. No idea. There we go. And I'm gonna put Baratie on there. This sticker's gonna end well. No, it was not. Baratie. I was gonna say we're missing one. No, it rolled away. As always, this is why we have something to hold together, because it'll roll away. And then you will have to hunt it down. It's bad enough I keep dropping them on the floor all the time. Let's go here. Of course, 4 and 7 years ago, I set out. Oh, it goes on here. There. And then joy. So I'm going to try to put it in upside down. I got skills. Skills. Goes to the bottom one. Last sticker are 2 fake windows. And these. Ah, well, that is the end. This one. There's that one. It does not have you put it on yet? Okay. We're just going to set her to the side then. And 24. Made it. I did not. This one. I assume this is what goes above it, maybe? I don't know. go. And then some of the other side will be done as well. Forgot to put what's his name together. See, yet again, a character, but like, hey, you should remember what his name is. As always, you get to the end, don't talk at all. Like, and we're just trying to finish it. Just trying to finish it. I can't think of anything fun and exciting. Ugh, you know. In a perfect world, I would come back and I would rewatch, and I'd go through and I'd watch all of One Piece. But the problem is there's so much of it, and I don't really remember the beginning. So I would have to go back and watch it from the beginning. So I'd have to rewatch like 200 to 300 episodes to catch up to where I was when I stopped. And I just can't. Well, it's not that I can't. I just don't want to do that much to catch up to the point where, to get to the end of One Piece to know what happens. Because the live action and the anime will, of course, always be different. You may have similarities. They're not going to be one for one because you can't. Different mediums is different. Like, it's not going to be the same no matter what. So that goes over to, I was going to say, put it all the way up here. No. Here. Here's that side. One of those. Two of these and one of these. I did like it. But like all things, you just, after a while, you can only binge watch so much of anything. It does not matter how good anything is. You have to have something in between. You can't just sustain it. Even a great TV show, you'll hit the wall at some point. And it's not necessarily the show's fault. It's just in general. Like, you've watched too much of one thing. One of the creators I watch, they kept talking about he needs to catch up on Stargate SG-1. But the problem is he never watched it. So catch up means watch it from the beginning all, up to the end. The show was on for 10 years. 10 years. That's a lot of episodes to try to catch up on. And then, of course, it's based off of a movie. So you'd want to watch the original movie, then watch the TV show, and then if you really liked it, you have the spin-offs that came after. There's so much content. The sheer thought of watching that much stuff, I can't even. No. The answer is just no. Okay. And then, no. But poor guy. Like, it is a good show. That especially, those of you who've actually watched Stargate know, it isn't the best in the first season. They're still trying to figure out who they are. And also, it's on Showtime, the first season. And then it's on Sci-Fi after. It's either the first or the second season. I know first is, but I think second is as well. So you have different budget, they're still trying to figure out who they are, because it always takes a little bit for any show to find its footing and find where it works best. How best to write the characters. You'll have that little beginning period where you're just trying to figure out how things work for your show. You have the basics. You still have to have good characters and whatnot, but you still need the show itself to be the cast and crew, how they work best, how best to shoot it, logistics. That's just what works, what doesn't. Because sometimes, something can be great on the page, but when it airs or when you shoot it and look at it, something's not right and you need to change it. So with all those things, it's just going to take some doing to figure out. Run, Mebo, run. How to make it work. So to have him start at the worst season and then slug through, each season is progressively better. They start to get more into the lore and things like that. But it's an interesting concept, and obviously you have unlimited worlds to explore, because the Stargate not unlimited, but you can connect to any gate that's out there, as long as you can find an address and then go through it, and you can meet a whole new culture, a totally different society than from your own. A lot of them are human, which they had a reason for that. Apparently, though, for that creator, he loves the ancient civilization stuff, and I guess some of the stories in Stargate are taken from that. So some lore that he already likes is used. Oh, sassafras. My pieces ran away. I'm just going to use one of the other ones. No. I'm dedicated that way. We're like, nah, we're just going to use one of these and then call it. It's no harm, no foul. I mean, I'll get it off the floor eventually, but we're at the end, man. We just want to finish. But it'll still be interesting to see. I'm with all those things, he does do reaction videos for that, but it'll be members only, so I won't see those. But it'll be nice to hear his reaction to that, because I think he will enjoy it. It'll just be hard to slog through it. But it is one of those shows that I consider to be a family show. See? This one's yellow. You can't see it. It's yellow, okay? Oh. Yeah, it's a great show. I highly recommend it. But it's a lot to get through. And then also, they are doing a new series of Stargate. They're continuing it on Amazon now, because Amazon has had it. Oh, there we go. How are we going to connect this baby? As always, we're just going to spin it. How does this connect? Like here? Here we go. I saw those last two bags. I was like, break them all open. I'm like, don't you dare. Don't you dare betray yourself in such a way. Look, we will finish this. See, that's how long Helmeppo was walking towards the finish line, so he's got that much. I'm not going to get it done in 6 hours. Well, you know, that's fine. That's fine. Moving on. Keep on moving forward. I do like, the great thing about reactionary content is that it, you get to relive something you've already enjoyed while watching somebody else enjoy it as well. So it's like watching it with a person who's, you know, rewatching the thing you love, sharing it with someone else. I mean, obviously I don't know that person, but you get their vicarious enjoyment. Now, obviously, you do have to wonder how much of them are just lying. Like, sometimes they're like, I've never seen this before. And I was like, how? How have you not seen all of these things? Did you not watch any shows at all? Like, what are we doing here? How did this happen? I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just highly unlikely. But okay. Sure. Sword. Bobble. Gem. Yeah. You know, it's especially if it's a truly dramatic moment. It's always fun to go back and watch that reactionary content. It depends on the show. Which the other show I completely forgot that was good that I watched lately was Heated Rivalry, which it is an adult show. So, you know, there's lots of sex in it. So if that's not your game, that's fine. I mean, also, you can just fast forward through it. I mean, that's what that button is for. You got the gist of it. If you want to skip that and just watch the rest of it. But it's a great, well-written story. And it's what representation should be. Like, there's this big push. Oh, we need to have these people in everything to show that they exist. And I'm like, I don't know how them not being in that specific thing means that they don't exist. But okay, that's fine. But the problem that we have is that they want representation for representation's sake, and they don't care if it's good or bad. Although I would dare say I think they probably do care. But for whatever reason, they skip the part where they write well-rounded characters that people care about. Usually when it comes to representation for gays and lesbians, LGBTQIA+, all they do is say, look, they're a part of that group. I'm like, okay, great. What about the character? I'm like, well, they're gay. I'm like, okay, but what does that say about that character? That doesn't tell me anything about them. You know, unless you use stereotypes, which you're not supposed to be using, I'm pretty sure that's a no. You didn't tell me anything about your character, and it just becomes shoehorned and trash. So, in Stranger Things, they had, is it Will? Will came out in the second to last episode 7 of 8, in season 2, and it took him like 6 or 7 minutes to have a speech where he literally got everyone together. The show takes place in the 80s. He got everybody together in a room, including some people that he barely knew. And he came out to them in this big, long speech, and then everybody cheered and clapped. I'm like, okay, that's not really realistic for the 80s or in general. That's not realistic for today's standards either. Today, nobody cares. Nobody cares if you're gay. I don't care. I don't understand why I should. It's none of my business. Like, you do you. Okay, great, good talk. I'm like, no. Like, it's just normal. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. But they had this big long speech and come out, and you're like, well, no. But then you turn around, and I think Heated Rivalry, the last episode, 6, came out the day after Christmas, or very close, which is this, very close to the Stranger Things episode. It also hasn't come out soon, but it's much more realistic, grounded, normal, and believable, and it has human characters we can actually care about that have depth. They're well-written characters. You can understand. They use the magical show, don't tell. They follow that rule. They follow the show, don't tell rule. So it's all about looks and the way it's shot to show you how they're feeling and what's going on. It's not to say they never speak, but they really do fall into the show, don't tell. It's very well written, very well-rounded characters. And in this one, in episode 6, I should probably give the premise because you're not going to understand what the show is. So the show is about 2 professional hockey players. They did not get the rights to the NHL, so I think they call it the AHL, but the same thing. So they're professional hockey players. They're both, one of them's bi, one of them's gay. Being out in hockey is not really a thing. I don't know if there are any hockey players that are out. Hello, second viewer. But it's from their first meeting to them finally starting to date at the very end. So it takes place over the course of 6 years. But in the final episode, I'm totally going to spoil this show for you, but it's fine. It's about their relationship and how they grow. It's a very good show. I highly recommend it. I mean, if you like that genre, if you like romance, if you don't like romance, maybe not. But or if you don't like characters, I don't know, whatever. But in the 6th episode, they finally are at the stage where they actually want to do dating, because up until that point, they really only ever met when they had a game in each other's city. So if they were playing against each other and they were already in the same city, then they would meet up. But besides that and texting, they didn't actually go on dates or anything along those lines. But now it's the season is over, and they've decided to go to one of the hockey players is Canadian, the other one's Russian. So they're going to the Canadian player's place that he had custom built by the lake, in a private lake, and like 10 minutes away from his parents. So they're finally there to meet up and talk, hang out, actually do couple shit. Besides just having sex, they have a lot of sex. I mean, just fast forward if you don't watch it. But they finally are spending time together, taking the relationship to the next level, basically. They're not out because they're not comfortable with that. It's complicated. They're not there yet. That's fine. But while they're making out, the Canadian player's father shows up to get a charger for his phone or something that he forgot. He left at his house. Something, he was just going to come in and out, and he just accidentally saw his son making out with a guy who is supposed to be his rival in hockey. Like, they're supposed to be, they're supposed to hate each other. That's what, the news media says and everything. It's a big thing whenever they play against each other. It's a big to-do. So they have to go back to his parents' house and do a coming out scene, come out to them, basically say, hey, I'm gay, whatever. His boyfriend goes with him. They go and they sit down and they have a normal conversation. They have a normal come out, what it actually will be. Well, at least more realistically be. Obviously, it depends on your parents and a whole bunch of other things. But in general, this is what you would expect it to actually be. Is just the parents, the boyfriend, and him together. So 4 people total, having a sit-down conversation about it, and coming out and saying he was gay, and then the parents, saying, hey, we actually discussed it, we thought about it, we talked about it together, the possibility that you might be, which he was surprised by that, and that's perfectly realistic and normal. And then he also has a conversation with his mother separately where he tells her that I tried to be straight and I just couldn't do it, and she apologized and said, I'm sorry you ever thought I wanted that for you. I'm sorry you ever thought you had to force yourself to do that. That's never what I intended. But I'm sorry you felt that way, which is also realistic. That's also something that happens. Where you put something on somebody else, that's just your imagination. That's your worst case scenario. But realistically, his parents were very supportive. It was unlikely that they were going to flip out and be negative about it. Like, they might be legitimately worried because he's a professional hockey player and the logistics of that are terrible. That doesn't mean they don't accept him. They're worried for him, they care for him, and they don't want him, to suffer or face any consequences of it that are unfair or unjust. Like, they don't want him to suffer. They want him to be happy. So at one point, they're happy. They are happy that he has somebody that he cares for and that he loves. They're excited about that. They're very accepting, and that's marked the start of their relationship going to another level. But it's very deep. It's very well written. It's very realistic. I am not gay. That's not what. But I can understand that character, and everything they do makes sense. In that show, the decisions the characters make is something you would realistically believe that they would do. They don't do anything crazy out of the norm. It's just not, that goes to an extreme where you're like, that's just not something a human would do. Like, I realize it's a TV show, but it, depending on how you want to write it, this one's supposed to be realistic, and it is. And it helps that, I don't know about the author of the book because it's based on a romance novel, but I don't know if she is gay, but the director and writer of the series, when they adapted the book into a TV show, is gay. So he has a better understanding, and he can write that realistically because obviously he either has been through it himself or knows people who has. He can write realistic characters. That's not to say a straight person couldn't do this too, because there are obvious similarities. There are differences too between all those different characters. But because they're so well written, it doesn't matter. Unfortunately, in this day and age, there's always this push of, oh, no one else can understand me. You don't know what I've been through. I'm like, sure, in some instances it is, but I should still be able to have a point of reference to understand where you're coming from. It may not be one for one, but that's not necessary. I can still empathize, understand. I still can have some sort of point of reference because we all have overthought something, have thought the worst of something, had unrealistic thoughts about family or friends or whatever, or like, oh, my friend's gonna think that way, and then if your friend doesn't literally say it to you, you also can be like, hey, that's not what my friend would do. That's not that's not something they would actually do. That's just dumb. That's not something they would really do. That's just the devil on my shoulder coming up with things that are negative when they really aren't. Like, he was so afraid to tell his parents for sometimes legitimate reasons, because he's been in hiding his whole life. He had only recently come to terms with it himself. Everybody does it in their own time. That's fine. But he was genuinely afraid. It's kind of like, not exactly the same, but it's a good point of reference. When you have to make a call, let's say you need to call the cable company. Nobody wants to do this. It's miserable. Anything. Call the cable company, call to make a doctor's appointment, anything along those lines, anything that you got to put yourself out. It's uncomfortable, it's awkward, it's terrible, but you always, in your head, you're making it the worst case scenario. This is obviously a mere echo of what they went through, but it is still one of those things that you overthought to the nth degree. Like, this is not nearly as, and you get it done and you're like, okay, we obviously overthought this. We made this far worse than it needed to be. And this wasn't, like, you overthought it. It happens. We've all been there. You move on. Whatever it may be. I'm sure if somebody here that they're going to be annoyed that I would make that comparison. I know it's not one for one, but it's a point of reference to start from. It's a point of reference to start from, and then you can move from there. Oh, am I having extra one of these? Yes. No. You can obviously know, okay, it's much, much worse than that. It's much scarier than that. But it's still something that we all do, just in different circumstances. And technically, even if I had a person that was exactly the same as me, that was going through the exact same experience, it is technically still different from person to person. No two people are exactly like ever, no matter what similarities they may have. But to have that point of reference, you can still understand, empathize, and get what they're going through, even if you've never been through it yourself. Check to see if my stupid... I haven't lost connection again, have I? No. Okay. 6 hours. We're on 26 of 27. We are almost done. We got to put the top on the, so this will finish the top, and then the next one will be the platform in front of Baratie, and then we'll be done with this thing. I always need to remember what step I'm on, because that'll also be helpful. But it was just such a contrast to how those two show, one with horrible representation. It's just badly written representation. It's just not well done. It doesn't make sense. All you had to do was have him, come out with his mother and maybe his closest friends. But you can start with one person. You need to come out to everybody. Because not everybody's opinion matters. That's all I got on that one. Not everybody's opinion matters. But, whatever. It's more important that you accept yourself than that somebody else accept you. Because if you don't accept yourself, if you're still awkward with yourself, it doesn't matter if somebody else accepts you. At least in my eyes. Because that doesn't fix my problem. Unfortunately, that doesn't work for me. But it was, I obviously I'd seen, the internet be like, oh, it's a great show. I'm like, sure, I'll try it. It's only 6 episodes, so it's not very long. And I feel like they're 30-minute episodes and not 60. But I can't guarantee that. I don't know. But I mean, I do. I've obviously seen it. But that's one of those where I watch the reactions of other people, because there's certain moments in that where you're just, it's a very, very happy moment that you cheer for, and it's exciting. And, you can't really get that again. You can't watch it again for the first time, but you can watch somebody else watch it for the first time, if that makes sense. So, where does this one sit on? Okay. Where is that piece? Uh-oh. There it is. Hiding on the side. And then... So I guess there was more than one good show I've watched recently. It'd be rare. Every once in a while, you'll find somebody will actually recommend something good and decent. I mean, not books. Everybody's banned from recommending books at this point. Well, not everybody. Most people are banned. How does that go together? Oh, you know what I did? I did it backwards. It's fine. That's fine. Oh, They're not. They weren't in. Well, no, that's still not right. How is this? No, it's supposed to be this way. Oh, I was right. I just had the other one. I had the wrong one. 10% rule. Nope, this one's still wrong. So is it supposed to be? Okay, let's play this out. 10% rule. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Are these all? Is it this one? This one. We're like, will we ever match them? No, we're not gonna match it. Clearly, I'm having problems. Talking and putting a Lego set together is clearly too hard for me to grasp. But I will finish this thing. If it is the last thing I do. Well, it will be the last thing I do for the night. How does it click on there? Sit. Stay. Okay. And I assume the other side will also be on there. Yeah. Which the other side is the same thing. So I don't know what we're doing. This way, maybe? Yes. This isn't rocket science, kids. You've been putting Legos together for decades. I think you should be able to figure this out by now. Maybe not. But Friendliness Mana. Okay. There's this one. There's that. A little boat on the boat. Yeah. Like this one goes together. Like, no, that doesn't come apart. That's two different pieces. This one. Ugh. I mean, yay. Almost. Oh, Friendliness Mana. Maybe if I had been able to put that one piece together faster, we wouldn't be stuck. We'd be done by now. I doubt it, but that is inevitable. As I remind myself, it's okay. You fixed it. It's not like, technically, I don't think I put it together wrong. I don't know. It's just a tight fit. Let's go with that. Fourscore and 7 years ago, I set out to put these wedges on the outside. It's not entirely sturdy. I assume there's none on the back, right? Right? Whatever. Well, there's nothing to attach to the back, so yes, that is correct. You're welcome. Okay. There we go. Finally got it locked together. Put one of these on. Oh, great. Even more little wedges. Even better. Because I loved them so much the first time. I did not. I assume, yes, it is 6. Great googly moogly. Are we not getting them fully attached? Skills. Skills, skills, skills. This one. This one. On that bow is. We're 20 pages away from the end of this thing. That's correct. This way. Here we go. Of course, you can see it well because it's up too high. You know what? When we get to the spinning it, we'll deal with that problem. Okay. 27. Final one. We've made it to the end of the line. Not that many pieces left. We'll finish this thing. Throw the bottom end. Spin it around. It'll be exciting. Nope. Okay, there's a gap. That's why. Where's the one in the middle? This one. This one. Oh, I feel like it's the wrong. Yeah, that's the wrong size. Nailed it. Fine, it's fine, it's fine. Problem solved. I was too excited. Started skipping stuff. And this one goes here. This one. So I need 2 of these. Get in there. There we go. I don't know the purpose of those two, but okay. Like, why the big hot? Like, it doesn't spin, does it? No. Okay. I don't understand this. Okay. And then this one goes here. Oh, the characters spin? Oh, interesting. There's this one. I did not realize that the characters spin, but we'll see how well that works. Stop playing with the wheel. Great. I can get them in there. Nope. Nope. This one goes here. And that one. Blue. There we go. So I didn't get Mihawk, or Buggy, or Gold Roger, or Elvita. I got the other ones. Oh, that's disappointing. Oh. Okay. Let's see if we can't do this so that you can see it a little bit better. Okay. So this is the back side of it, which has, let's see if we can't tilt this without killing someone. The staircase is in the different areas, lots of different eating areas in the top spot. There's that stuff. And then you got your fish here. And then I gotta set it down before I kill someone. And this is the front side with Baratie. So we're gonna hook this in here and we're gonna see what this does. So we should be able to put him here. Oh no, this is already an issue. He's hitting the mermaid. That mermaid is the bane of my existence. How many times have I knocked the mermaids out of it? Numerous times. But they can spin. I guess I need to have them put the swords there, maybe? Or I guess I can have one up and one down, maybe? Oh, gosh. Can I? Can I have one up and one down, or will I just kill somebody? You know what? There we go. I guess I can... Here, let's see if we can't get them to hit each other. All this, like, we will make this happen. Mihawk, put the big sword in. There we go. See if we can't get them to run into each other. There we go. That's as close as it gets. Here you can see that. That's what we've been doing. We're orientating it so that they will do that. And then inevitably I will put them all in their spots that they are in the picture. Apparently Luffy is just standing over here watching like an idiot. I mean, it is Luffy. What do we expect? How does he stand there? Did you just set him on top of the thing? That's never going to stay, you loons. You can't just set him there. He's too close to the thing. Luffy, just stand off the edge. That way if you fall into the water, would just die. I mean, you know, I say it with love. I say it with love. Here's this guy. Helmeppo. What's his name? He's over here doing something. Got Nami and Usopp are in there. And then these two are supposed to be over here. Yet again, you set them in a spot you can't hook them. You know they fall off. You know they fall off. As I yell at Legos. They're unrealistic expectations. There we go. His hair is moving. There we go. Smile away, Sanji. Smile away. There. And then his hair is just going to sit up here for kicks and giggles. Okay. And then we have our awesome ship. And there we go. This is Baratie in all its glory. We can spin it. With those doors that open. Does it open in or out? There we go. Open. And then this one can open too. And then these two can spin. And run into each other. Almost. There. Run into each other. Clash. Clash. Nailed it. Again, Zoro, honestly, man. Okay. But that is it. That is this beautiful ship. If you like the stream, please like, comment, subscribe. Give me any feedback you wish to give me. I hope you have a great rest of your day, night, whatever you may be doing. This is Sunday for me, so gotta go back to, doing work and fun stuff like that. So have fun, and I hope you come back again. If I can ever find my mouse to end the stream, that's right. That's where I'm at. Thank you. Goodbye.